Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole. Squamish, Fras, welcome to the Squamish Nation, traditional territory. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. All right. Some interesting discussions on the agenda today. So first up is our BC Transit discussion. Gunn, our sustainability coordinator, is here. Lisa Trotter from BC Transit, and also Levi and Megenbir from BC Transit, so welcome. I'll turn it over to you. We do have some staff recommendations, so some motions to approve later, Council. So I will let you guys lead the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning on behalf of BC Transit. Thank you for having us here this morning, Mayor, Council, members of the public. We started with just a transit overview, and then we're going to go into some of the expansion initiatives we've worked on here in the District of Squamish, and South Park's post-implementation review.
I just say, Council, this is part of your orientation, right? The just-in-time orientation, the BC Transit 101. That's the first part of it.
So I'm going to start with an introduction of myself. I'm Lisa Trotter. I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations, and I'm generally the first point of contact for local government, oftentimes the province and the federal government as well. And I'm the connection to our shared services within BC Transit. I often travel with Levi Megenbir. He's the Senior Transportation Planner for BC Transit, one of them, but we work in the same regions often, so we often come together to the District of Squamish. In terms of our roles and responsibilities, I'm accountable for effective two-way communication between the governments and BC Transit. I'm supported by a team of subject matter experts. So although I often travel with Levi just from the planning department, back in the office we also have a team of schedulers. We have a finance team, we have a marketing team, we have fleet procurement, and we have an operations team that deal with our contracted operations. So who is BC Transit? We're the provincial authority responsible for planning, funding, and operation of transit throughout the province outside of Metro Vancouver. We serve over 51 million passenger trips per year, and we have over 1,000 buses in a range of different sizes throughout the province. We have 130 communities and 81 transit systems. We have 58 local government partners, 18 private management companies, 5 private or public organizations, and 14 not-for-profits, and this is continually changing year over year. Our regional systems are divided up into these 5 categories. So I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations for the South Coast region, which includes the Sea to Sky and the Fraser Valley out as far as Hope. And then it's also divided into North Central, Vancouver Island Coastal, Southern Interior, and the Coolies. The transit services that we provide include conventional transit, which is our fixed route scheduled service, mainly in urban settings with a range of vehicles and vehicle sizes, from the light-duty, smaller vehicles that you currently use for your handy dart services here, to medium 30-foot vehicles, to our larger 40-foot and 35-foot vehicles. We do also have custom transit or handy dart service, which you do operate here in the District of Squamish, which is a door-to-door service. It's demand responsive, and it's for eligible people with cognitive or physical disability. And it also links to a taxi program that we often use to supplement that service. We do offer paratransit services, which are more flexible in routing. So some communities have a paratransit service where a bus is on a fixed route but might pause or stop at different areas for on-call or demand service. And we do have health connections in certain parts of the province as well that are paid for and funded through the Health Authority to help people with medical trips, usually in very rural settings. In terms of roles and responsibilities, BC Transit allocates provincial operating funding. We plan transit systems to achieve local and provincial objectives. We arrange operation of transit systems through contract or partnership. We determine the fleet and facilities requirements for local transit plans, develop and manage a capital budget and asset acquisition. We provide financial and accounting services, contract management oversight, marketing, media and communications, environmental management services, training and safety and security for all of our operating companies. We ask that the local government be responsible to approve their official community plans, their transit vision, expectations and policies. The local government sets all the fares for the communities in which they serve, and they manage the sale of fare products. They approve transit-related agreements and budgets. The local communities get to determine their service priority and the amount of hours that they'd like to put on the road and bus service. They set the local funding. They provide transit service consultation, so we don't do any of the work in isolation. We always look for feedback from our local communities. They establish and maintain all the bus stops and bus stop infrastructure in the community and manage the local roadway system. The operating companies deliver specified transit service in the areas as directed by BC Transit and through the contract that they have with BC Transit. They provide customer service, lost and found, a transit phone line. They hire and train their drivers and their mechanics and other staff that are required to manage labor relations. They collect the passenger revenue and they serve the needs of the customers. In terms of our shared services model, this is how the breakdown of the funding works for BC Transit services across the province. So for your conventional fixed route bus service, the municipalities and districts pay 53.31% of the cost of the service, and the province pays 46.69% of the costs. All the revenue, 100% of the revenue goes back to the local government. For your custom transit service, it's slightly different. It's 33.31% is paid by the municipality, and 66.69% is paid by the province. Now, the BC Transit Shared Services Model in a 2012 independent review found that BC Transit compares very favorably to any peer system across North America, particularly in terms of high ridership, the supply of service, and the efficiency of service provided. So rather than each individual municipality running their own transit service, as happens in a lot of places in Canada and North America, utilizing this service allows us to do bulk procurement and fuel, to manage contracts for larger areas, to have fleet and fixed asset management and administrative efficiencies, and to pool all of our expertise in key business areas so that if a local community were to run their own transit service, they would have to hire their own transit planner, their own scheduler, their own marketing person, purchase and procure their own buses, and certainly there's economies of scale in us being able to do that on a larger scale. In terms of the contracts that and agreements that we put in place, you'll see a lot of these terms as we go throughout this presentation and future presentations. The overarching agreement that we have with the District of Squamish is the Transit Service Agreement. So when there's an inception of service in a community, we sign a transit service agreement that is the overarching agreement defining the responsibilities of both the municipality and BC Transit, the Transit Authority. And each shall be deemed integrated into the annual operating agreement that we sign with you every year. The annual operating agreement is a two-party agreement between the municipality and BC Transit, and it defines the service levels for that fiscal year. So every year there may be a slight change in the amount of hours, and there might be a change in costs as we talk to the contractor about what their needs are for the system. So annually that comes out. We work on a fiscal year that's different from the municipality, so our calendar year ends at the end of March, and a new annual operating agreement comes out at the beginning of April, and usually it takes a few months to get through the process where we bring that back to council and get it signed off annually. The next agreement that we do have is BC Transit has a two-party agreement also with your operating company here. So the Service Provider Operating Agreement, or SPOA as we call it, is signed in the same time frame, so it defines the annual service annually for the region with the operating company. And then we have multiple memorandums of understanding that come throughout the year depending on the needs of the community. So we always sign a memorandum of understanding around transit expansion and improvement. We usually start talking about transit improvements in the spring and have that completed through the summer, and that forms the basis for how much funding we're going to ask the province for on your behalf to do transit improvements and expansion for the following year. And similarly, if we're going to do a transit project around exchange work or doing a feasibility study or anything where we mutually decide there's a benefit to do that, then we would draft a memorandum of understanding so that we agree on the responsibilities and the scopes of that project. This is the BC Transit Annual Partner Communications Calendar. And it kind of gives you the basis of what we generally are working on throughout our fiscal calendar year. So at the start of the year, we start talking about at a staff level what transit expansion might be required for the next year. Once we've finished our year off, we're able to then pull our data on ridership and stats and performance for the community for the previous fiscal year. So we start preparing annual performance summary reports. We usually start that process in June, and we may see it come to council kind of at the end of summer or early fall with what the annual performance was for the year. And then we again try to finalize the transit expansion. So even though we start talking about it with staff early in the year and looking at where we might need to have some expansion, we look to have that signed off by council by August at the latest. So if it's vehicles that are needing to be procured, that needs to be done by June, July. Sometimes some of the expansion sign-offs drift into August. And then we give that plan to the province by the end of August, early September, to ask for any expansion dollars that might be needed across the province, and that gets approved with their February budget. In October, we send out 3-year budgets based on what we've heard from the communities in terms of need and what we've heard from our contractors, and that's to go out to the communities for them to use for the basis of budget planning for your own budgeting purposes. And it should look very much like, the first year should look very much like what the annual operating agreement will look like when it comes out the end of March or early April. I know it's always very confusing in terms of trying to do the budgeting when we're working on different calendar years, but that's something we try to work through with staff and council as we get to those key points in the year. So you'll see some of these slides come up every time we come to council to kind of remind you what part of the year we're in right now. So right now, you guys will have received your 3-year budget in October, and we're getting ready to prepare for the annual operating agreement in April. And when we do expansions, then we amend that operating agreement. So if partway through the year, we put an expansion in the summer for South Park service, or we do an expansion in September, then we take that annual agreement and we amend it just to reflect the new hours that were put in by the expansion. So how can you help support transit in the community? Involve us at a strategic level prior to decision making. So there are services that we do provide, although the District of Squamish gets to set the fare for their community. We're quite happy to do a fare review and write a report about how changing fares in a certain direction will potentially impact ridership and any things that we think you need to be aware of before making that decision. Responses to public requests. If there are things that come into Mayor and Council from the public, we can certainly help with a response to that, should that be required. Let us support you in your local planning. So linking land use to transit is key. BC's Transit is always available to participate in regional growth strategies, to participate in official community plans, master transportation plans, or anything that you might be doing that might be impacted by transit, or might have an impact there. And we have a development referral program. So as there's new development happening in the area, we have an email address, developmentreferrals@bctransit.com, and we're happy to provide comment on the development where it comes to infrastructure from a transit perspective. Go ahead.
And just in addition to Lisa's comment, the District of Squamish does participate in the development referrals program here quite extensively, so we're happy to provide feedback on any of your developments from a transit perspective and do on a regular basis, so it's been great.
All right, so maybe we'll pause there and see if council has any questions about transit generally. Councilor Ray?
Yeah, without being specific to any particular area, do you take part in regional transit programs? Do you do that anywhere in the province? And is it any different than when you're dealing within a municipality?
Yes, we do. We have, I think, 9 regional transit programs across the province. And they vary in the scope of work that's involved and the amount of partners that are involved in that. And there's various ways that happens. So for instance, in the Fraser Valley, we have the FEX that is a service that's provided by the Fraser Valley Regional District. And it runs from Chilliwack to Abbotsford and then into Langley, and has multiple partners that participate in that service. So that is something that we do as well. Did that answer your question, Councilor?
I think so. And I guess just to follow up, is there any real difference in the approach for funding and operation that you have from something like that versus a municipal system?
through the mayor and chair, there is certainly more complexity around how revenue sharing happens. There's more complexity around the contracts that are put in place, and there's questions around sustainability. So oftentimes if you decide mutually to have an agreement and one partner decides they no longer want to participate in that, it can be challenging. So we do have other forms of governance that we look at to try and make that service more sustainable. So in Victoria, for instance, we have the Victoria Transit Commission, and that's 13 municipalities that have joined in a regional and interregional service, and that does lend to a more sustainable service where it's legislated and it's more difficult for one partner to decide to opt out. It takes a little bit more thought and process for that to happen.
Do you have any responsibility or engagement in terms of policy level, taxis, ride hailing, those sorts of other transit options?
Thank you so much for your question through the chair. That's something that we're very interested in continuing to explore as the legislation changes. I mean, we're certainly open to flexible solutions to transit in the future, but I think it's something that we need to continue to look into as the province starts to look into how that's going to play out in British Columbia. I don't know if you had anything to add.
Councilor Anderson.
With reference to how you can support transit slide, one of the issues that comes up here, and I'm sure in other parts of the province, is highway and road safety. And we have, our discussion this morning will concern parks. This is an issue on Vancouver Island, I'm sure, where there's issues, how do you get back onto the highway, bus turnaround, this sort of thing. Do you have engineering and design advice that you are involved in sharing with local government as well regarding safety?
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. So through the chair, we do have a safety and training department that is able to look at safety related questions that local governments may have. When it comes to engineering design considerations, we do have some people within the organization who can look at those kind of things, but oftentimes we will contract that out to a consulting firm or something like that, depending on the scale and scope of the question. So it's definitely something that we're able to look at for our local government partners, and it's kind of just a question of the scale and scope of the question, that would determine what approach we might recommend to assess some of those things. So
Design of a new parking lot, this sort of thing for a park, that sort of thing, bus trip. Thank you.
I was wondering, given the budget timeline, so this region is trying to put in place a transit commission and regional transit for the fall of 2018. So is our ask in this February budget? Like,
I think
is
that
transit taking that forward?
I believe that we're aware that these talks are happening, and I think that question is with the province right now. So I would assume that the province is continuing to work on that, but I think that at this point that's still a question for the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure.
And so what role does BC Transit play in terms of advocacy along with its, like Squamish was saying? Do you work alongside us, or we advocate on our own and you guys just come in once everything's approved? We're just trying to understand that relationship from a regional level, since that will be new to us.
Absolutely, Mayor. For the most part right now, we are a working resource, and I work on behalf of the municipalities and try to be an advocate for municipalities. With this particular project, certainly as the province has asked questions, we inform them with all the information that we gathered through the corridor study report that was done, I guess it's almost a couple of years ago now, and sitting down with working groups with local government partners, including provincial staff, to try and at least give as much information as we can. We still, though, are in a position where until funding and governance has been finally determined, we don't start doing an implementation plan for that work. So we are kind of waiting right now to hear from the province and local governments that we have a governance structure and that we have funding worked out to be able to implement this. And as soon as we hear that, then we would go to work doing more engagement and implementation plan. So to put that in place for this coming September, I would say is ambitious but still doable. I would hope that with the February budget from the province, we would get an answer by then on whether or not we have that funding available for this project.
So just to clarify, it's up to the municipalities to advocate for that budget inclusion, not BC Transit?
I would say yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Summer?
There was a lot of stuff, or overview of a lot of two-way agreements, and I was curious through the annual budgeting process, where are the opportunities for three-way dialogue between the municipality, BC Transit, and the operating agency?
Through the mayor and chair, very good question. We have two-party agreements through a recommendation from an independent review that would formalize the process for us to have operator oversight. Having said that, we are always open to having a three-way dialogue through various working groups or with the staff, and throughout participation in any of our expansions, we do include all three parties. So although it's not a legal agreement, certainly through working groups, we make sure that that is a collaborative process.
Okay, let's move on.
So I'll turn things over to Levi to talk about the South Park post-implementation review.
Thanks, Lisa. So we're here today to provide a review of a pilot service that we trialed last summer here in Squamish. So before I dive into it, I just want to give a little bit of background and context. So the 5 South Park service was something that was identified through the 2015 Transit Future Plan process here in the Sea to Sky region as a key community priority. Through that process, we were able to present a preliminary option for what that pilot service could look like, and we were able to get some feedback from the public in terms of if that proposal would meet their needs. And then we came back again in November of 2017, back to the public again, to ask them, this is what we're thinking of doing, this is the schedule we're looking at, the routing, and so we got that final input from the public as well before we moved forward with the pilot this last year. So Lisa had been talking about the expansion memorandum of understanding process. So 2 summers ago now, we would have come forward to the District of Squamish Council with a request for the expansion resources for this pilot project. So Council had approved 1,100 hours to introduce this pilot project. That being said, when we came back to Council with the final service change plan, I guess that would have been spring 2018, we had a request from Council to make some minor adjustments to the original service change proposal. So out of those 1,100 hours, we ended up reallocating some of those to some other community priorities that Council had heard about. So we ended up adding sort of a Friday, Saturday evening service, which was just an extra trip to extend evening service on those days. And then we also used some of those resources to help address some passenger pass-ups that were being experienced on a certain school trip up in the Brackendale area. So at the end of the day, we ended up using only about 735 of those 1,100 hours for the pilot project this last summer. So here is just an overview of the routing and the schedule that we had for this pilot service. So you can see that the service was primarily connecting downtown Squamish down to Shannon Falls, to the Sea to Sky Gondola, and then as well to the Squamish Chief Provincial Park as well. And this was running roughly every 30 minutes on weekdays and weekends, so it's a pretty reasonable level of service over the course of the pilot project. You'll also see that on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, I believe we had later service. And then this was partially because we were in dialogue with the Sea to Sky Gondola through the process. They provided some funding to help make this service a reality. And so we were doing our best to meet their shift times to a certain extent and try to ensure that the service was a success from a ridership perspective. So speaking of ridership, we did a pretty thorough analysis. We had the drivers collecting ridership data on every single trip that was operated over the course of the entire pilot service. So here you can see this is roughly how the average ridership per trip varied over the course of the week. I wasn't able to identify exactly why ridership on Tuesday was higher. It's just people liked checking out parks on Tuesdays, apparently. Maybe Kirby knows.
If you know Kirby, please join me.
Pass holders know not to come on busy weekends.
Smart.
So that's pass holders know to come on busy weekends. That's smart.
We also looked at it over the course of the service day. So as you can see, it was a pretty stable ridership throughout the day until we started getting to the evening where we had a couple of dips. And so as part of this review process, we identified some options for optimization to help ensure that we're providing the most beneficial service we can to the community at a reasonable cost. So we'll get to that a little bit later. In terms of the distribution of ridership throughout the route, you can see that the Sea to Sky Gondola was definitely the key destination in terms of boardings and alightings. So roughly 30% of all ridership seem to get on and get off in that area. Once again, likely due to the fact that the Sea to Sky Gondola did purchase monthly transit passes for a number of their employees, and as well the free fares for anyone who had an annual gondola pass program as well likely helped create some of that ridership demand as well. So speaking of the annual gondola pass, so the Sea to Sky Gondola did agree to reimburse the District of Squamish for anyone who utilized their annual gondola pass to access this service for free. And so we were tracking how many incidences of that were over the course of the summer. So roughly 12% of all ridership was actually through or using the gondola pass, which was interesting to know. And then finally, we also wanted to look at how performance of the service changed over the course of the pilot project, and then also compare it to performance on your other routes within the system as well. So you can see with the chart at the top, the average ridership per trip in June was just over 3 rides per trip, whereas by the end of the pilot in August, we were up to sort of 4.2 rides per trip on average. So we were seeing an upward trajectory over the course of the pilot project itself. In terms of comparison to the other routes within the system, it's a brand new service. So it was operating a little bit lower than some of the higher performing routes in your system, such as the Route 1, which is your highest performing route within the system as of August 2018. That being said, oftentimes when we introduce a new service, we see, when we look at other case studies, that on average, roughly a brand new service operates at about 60% of its long-term ridership potential. Of course, that can vary from service to service, but we know from previous experiences that as a service continues and the community gets more and more used to it, ridership does tend to increase over time. So within the Sea to Sky Transit Future Plan, we did identify a minimum performance target threshold of 10 rides per service hour. That being said, this is pretty close to that, and when you apply the 60%, 100%, we feel like there's definitely the potential for this route in the long run to be performing above that threshold.
Councillor Rees?
Could you just remind me what 1, 2, 3, and 4 are?
Sure, yeah. So the Route 1 is the one Brackendale, so kind of serving up into the Brackendale community all the way to downtown. The Route 2 is the 2 Highlands, so once again connecting downtown to Garibaldi Village and then into the Highlands neighborhoods, occasionally connecting over to Quest University on weekends as well. The Route 3 is the Route 3 Valley Cliff, so connecting the Valley Cliff area into downtown. And then the Route 4, as of August 2018, would have been the Route 4 Tantalus. And so that's connecting the Tantalus community to downtown through Garibaldi Village. And then the Route 5, of course, is the 5 South Parks pilot project that we ran last summer. So. And since August, we implemented the new Route 9 Quest University. So that started on September of last year. So that's not part of this analysis, but we'd be happy to bring something back to council at some point to give an update in terms of how that's doing in comparison to the other routes as well. So in terms of recommendations, BC Transit recommends that the District of Squamish continue the 5 South Park service this summer with some minor service optimization, as I previously alluded to. In particular, reducing some of those Thursday evening trips that we were seeing very, very low ridership, like average of below 1 ride per trip. We recommend that local staff here at District of Squamish continue working with the Sea to Sky Gondola on fare options, and as well as looking into sort of a longer term cost sharing agreement. This becomes a standard service that continues on into the future. And then we also would recommend that Squamish local staff continue working with BC Parks around the potential to develop some infrastructure at Alice Lake Park that would actually allow a bus to turn around, because currently that's a limitation that is keeping us from considering providing service to that area at this point. So.
So I put up the recommendations from the staff report here. I didn't make a slide for the costs of the service, but I can just speak to it briefly. So the costs came in quite a bit lower than we had expected, which is good news. Partially the reduction in cost was because we reduced the hours from 1,100 hours to 735 hours. But also the projected costs that BC Transit developed, they just, when they went back to the operator, they ended up coming in lower for no particular reason that I was able to figure out. And so it ended up only being about a total cost to the district of about $9,000 for this past summer. That is after the fares and the employee passes that BC Sky Gondola purchased. BC Transit expects that the cost might be slightly higher for next year, just because this year was a pilot, and if we go on an ongoing basis, there may be some more costs associated with that. So their best guess was that it would cost the district about $14,000 if the Sea to Sky Gondola continues to contribute at about the same level as they did this past year.
And I could maybe just add to that, to speak to that process a little bit. Every time we do an expansion, we go through a negotiation with the operating company to see if there are unmet needs that we need to consider. If we do a very large expansion, for instance, they may require that they need another mechanic to service buses because they have 2 more fleet buses, or they've identified that now the service has gotten to a peak level where they need more supervisors. So we have that negotiation and we benchmark it against other systems across BC to see if that's validated, and if it is, at those times they are able to ask us for a lift in their costs, and if we believe that to be substantiated, then we may engage in that process. And in this particular one, we always try to kind of ballpark it high and come in under budget, and that's what we've done in this case.
I'd also like to add that the contribution from the Sky Gondola was a little over $13,000, and so if we're looking ahead to next year, that means that we're almost cost sharing 50-50 between the district and the Sky Gondola.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you. So for the coming year, is there any steps you can take to fill in that gap in the afternoon? From the report, if I read it correctly, there's a gap and there was no bus available. I think it was 3:30 to 6:30 in the afternoon. And so just as a layperson looking at that, we're trying to change behavior. We get them to there and we have no way of getting them back when they want to come back. And so they wouldn't choose to go there with the bus. So is there any step we might take to fill that gap?
That's a great question. So through the chair, part of the reason why we were able to provide the service at such a low cost is we didn't require an expansion bus to provide the service. And because we didn't have an expansion bus available, we weren't able to provide the service within your traditional peak period when we have all of our buses out on the road already. So if it was the desire of the District of Squamish to fill in that service gap, we would have to look at procuring an additional bus in the future, which we'll speak to in a minute when we talk about the fall expansion options. But yeah, that would be what would be required.
So if I might just follow up. So the proposal at the moment for the coming season would be more or less the same schedule with some of the tweaks, the Thursday night, whatever.
Exactly.
I'm assuming it might be kind of similar, but I also noticed start times aren't until just before 9 o'clock. And just curious if there, from your outreach, if there was demand to start earlier and if that would be feasible at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great question as well. Same concept. So we have our AM peak and our PM peak, and we definitely did hear that there was a desire for that service, and so the same process would be required. We just need to look at an additional vehicle. One of the considerations about that is because this is a summer only seasonal service, that if you were to hire an additional or purchase an additional bus to make that happen, it would potentially be sitting for the rest of the year. So we would have to probably look a little bit more holistically at options if we were going to utilize that additional bus in a more efficient way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a shuttle already, just to speak specifically to that point, Doug, yours as well, that we can work into that schedule. In other words, we can do a pickup downtown and run it at that 2 to 4 period, so that people have to gondola. We can do a drop downtown. It's a potential option instead of purchasing another vehicle, until the ridership gets to a point where that would make sense on a holistic level. And again, that's see this guy gondola privately, not charging, so we don't need the same licensing.
Interesting. We're on the list, so hold on a second.
Okay.
Are you good, Councilor? Yeah. All right, I've got Councilor Hurd, Councilor Anderson. Any other first-time speakers before I go back to Councilor Ray? Councilor Peck.
I have a question about the route selection, and this feels, I like the South Park. It also feels like the adventure bus, and I think our adventure center and visitors information center is really gateway to our community. Should be considered part of this. It's a great place for sort of that modal shift as well, where there's parking that's not in the downtown, but connected to the downtown is important as well. I wonder if anyone can speak to the considerations, and I'm sure there's a crux of executing that, so I'd love to hear about working that into the route.
I can speak to that, Mayor. So we actually haven't considered that as a possibility yet, but we definitely could look at it. I don't know whether there is adequate parking there to really support people parking and taking the bus from there, so we need to look at that. And then we have to look at what the route would actually look like as far as the bus turning around and how possible that would be, but that is something we could look at.
It's interesting suggestion. Come up, go off and around, see how many buses
Get
do.
that
Back
back
and
over
forth.
the actual light. It's a bit of a jog, but then you've got everyone. There's not a ton of parking, I wouldn't say, to cover that point at the 2 downtown stops.
Thank you, Councilor Hurd. Councilor Anderson.
In our district staff report, in the discussion of objectives, it says here the challenge of finding parking in South Squamish Parks area. That's certainly true also for Murren Park. My question is whether Murren Park was considered in the design of the plan, and if so, what were the key considerations around it?
Great question. So through the chair, we did consider service to Murren Park as part of that process. We consulted with our safety and training department and with the local operating company. And I think what was identified is that the left turn out of Murren Park to head northbound again, back towards Squamish, was identified as a safety risk. So our safety and training department felt that there would need to be some highway infrastructure changes undertaken in order to make that a feasible option. We had also considered the potential of, if that service were to continue down to Britannia Beach, for example, then it would be making a right turn, but it would change the scope of that kind of service. It would bring in a regional partner that there would have to be additional discussions. And so if service to Murren Park was something that was identified as a key priority, we could look into it, but it would be a bit of a complex challenge, and we'd have to bring in some more people into the process to find a feasible solution.
Just to add to that also, BC Parks isn't overly supportive of transit service to Murren. They feel like the park has enough visitorship without additional transit service. They're worried about impacts to the park from people.
Well, maybe we push back on that a little bit, because part of it is about switching the mode in which people are going. I mean, one of the awful things about Murren is the park. But if our community could get there on the bus.
Yes, well, we could, sorry.
So I mean, I get that that's their reason, but I also, you know, if they want to study who's going there and how many of them are local versus visitors, then I'd like to have a conversation about. So they can't just say that without telling us how many visitors are locals versus coming from other places and needing to park there. So I'm going to say that's a bit of a false argument until they can put some data behind that. Just saying. Thanks for the question, Councilor Anderson. I've got Councilor Pettengill, Councilor Race,
and then Hereford is.
So a couple of questions just to wrap my head around how the costs work. Do you have a sense of what the incremental cost might be to add a stop in around Totem Hall on this route?
We have looked at that. The infrastructure is one cost, as well as we need a permit from MOTI, but that might be possible. The additional cost to the route itself probably wouldn't be very high. We didn't exactly calculate that cost as far as I recall, but my recollection is that it wouldn't impact the actual cost of running the service very much. It's more the infrastructure cost to build the stop.
And then this is about a 4-month service? Is that
Through the mayor, it was 2.5 months this time. It would have been 4 months if we had had the whole 1,100 service hours, but because we reduced the number of service hours and reallocated them to other priorities, it was about 2.5 months.
Now, if we extended that out to year round, is it just sort of, it's 6 times the service length, and so it's 6 times the cost, or do the numbers work that way, or is it more expensive in the winter to run the service, for example?
I think that I'd probably have to come back to you with an answer around that. I would imagine it would just be multiplying the monthly cost throughout the year, but there is that negotiation part with the operating company and looking at the other bus services that we run here.
Just to add to that, there's one other factor. So when it comes to the amount of fleet that's required to operate a system, we look at the peak book out, so the total number of buses that need to be out, and then we have a spare ratio that's required to ensure that if a vehicle breaks down. But we also have a total number of kilometers and service hours that we can provide for a given fleet. So it could be that if we ran that service year round, even though it's not impacting your peak, it could still put it over the hours and kilometers requirement where you might need another bus. And that would, of course, increase the cost more so than just by multiplying it by the 6 or...
So if that were the desire, we'd take that back to our team and have an evaluation, bring that back to council.
Presumably ridership would be decreased in the winter, so your
Subsidy would go down as well.
it reflects our business.
Okay, Councillor Race, then Councillor Brady.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to Mr. Brown's comment about the shuttle. I take it the shuttle wasn't used this year. Am I correct in saying that?
Councillor Race, we didn't use it to do anything outside of the loop to Darrell Bay and back, so we didn't go downtown with it. That's right.
So this would be new, so we
Yeah.
try to fill it in. And I'll also just make the comment that I can see, and perhaps not this year coming, but I can see in the future with development in Britannia, that a separate regional service between here and Britannia and back with these other stops is something I can see happening in the next couple of years. And Britannia, as you probably know, is also developing. There's new development happening in the downtown Britannia area. I think it is something we should keep on the radar. And in the Totem Hall area in the Squamish Nation is obviously a stop along the way for that kind of a service, which may be year-round. So we're maybe more intense in the summer, but potentially year-round service for commuters.
Thank you. Councillor Burke?
I was just going to bring the conversation back to the mirroring issue, and if we're going to put a bus in there, it would take some parking spots to make that turnaround, which would be the counterpoint to the park's pushback on who lives there. So, I think there's a local thing there, but that left turn is terrifying. It exists. That point, I'll concede.
Councillor Stoner?
To Councillor Herbert's earlier point of a stop at the Adventure Centre, a fair bit of feedback that I heard was a want to have a stop up towards Brennan Park, in particular thinking of the amount of camping that happens up in that area and connecting the folks that are camping down to the South Parks. So don't know if that's something that is worth considering from that perspective as well. I also noticed that on the future plan for Squamish, there is a local route there for Loggers Lane that is identified in kind of the medium-term plan, so I don't know if maybe that helps to address that for short term. I'm
going to put myself on the list, and I'll put you on the list. one of the things I wondered, because we're taking a bus from our current fleet to do this route, we do have other private operators working locally. And they're focusing on the commute to the city and back when there's sort of that dead time in the middle. And I'm wondering if we ever thought about putting this service out to an expression of interest, rather than just working with our local service operator that does our bigger bus route. To sort of, one, maybe use a smaller bus, so our costs could be lower that way till ridership goes up, but create that flexibility to use something like the gondola bus or another operator that might have the time or the space. But, I mean, we go to our local operating contract, but then when you think back, you're just doing by, like, two-way agreements, right? With your service operators. So is there any reason that we couldn't do a separate one for the parks pilot that's with another operator that might want in on this and could provide a greater service?
I don't know that that would work within our contract structure. I would have to go back and look into that in terms of our portion of the funding, because we have an agreement and that may preclude us from having another agreement in the service area.
Oh, really? It has to be with one operating?
I'd have to look into it for certain, to look at what the contract would allow.
Even if we were to try to do it ourselves though, like outside of BC Transit, then we would lose that provincial financial
Funding, yeah.
support.
No, I wasn't trying to do it outside BC Transit. I was saying, does BC Transit have the flexibility to use a different operator that wouldn't take a bus out of our fleet? In fact, we could keep that bus doing what it needs to do on our service routes.
Well, to speak to the fleet point, and there we do manage the one fleet throughout British Columbia, so we don't usually utilize outside fleet for provincial services. So I would go back and look into it, but my initial gut instinct is that likely wouldn't be something that we'd be able to do with our current contract structure.
Also, just to add to that, when the 5 South Parks is operating, it's in the off-peak period, and I would have to check as well, but I believe we do still have some capacity where we can be adding some midday, early evening service and early morning service, even with that service in operation over the summer. So I'm not sure that it's a fleet constraint at this time, but maybe in the future that might be the case where having that service could potentially conflict with other local service priorities.
So you don't think it's a fleet constraint, except that we can't run it really early or in the mid-afternoon because of fleet constraints?
Exactly. So if you want to run it in the peaks, we would have to look at that. But to run the existing service that we're running on it, it's not causing any challenges with the existing fleet. Yeah.
So I'm just curious whether there is actually bureaucratic red tape or limitations that get in the way of us being creative and more nimble on these pilot projects. So it would be good to know if that's actually your limitation, or whether we have some flexibility here to be creative. Because sometimes pilot projects would be interesting to launch them through the peak and add more stops with some that might have a smaller bus. But work in short. Councilor Kemp, yeah.
So we went to some training for new councillors last week, and the provincial government was talking about a lot of the funding it's going to be making available to help meet its climate goals. And so if we were interested in e-buses or e-bus routes through this, would it be up to us as a municipality to investigate that? Would you do that? Would that be something we have to investigate together?
Through the chair, we are currently trialing electric buses in Victoria as part of our fleet and looking at what the potential and the limitations might be with that. As we analyze that and prove out the business case, then we will be looking for communities that might want to participate that fit into the envelope of what works best with these electrical vehicles through our business case testing. So certainly if that's a want of the community through Dora, if she lets us know that that's something we'd be eager to look into, then we'd certainly have you guys on the list as that technology moves forward.
Good question. Thanks. Councilor French.
I just wanted to express my support for expansion to Britannia Beach. I'm kind of surprised that that conversation isn't farther along than where it is right now, because of how Britannia is growing and the demand that I know that exists. to get there. And I like the mayor's out-of-the-box thinking, private operators, and I think it's worth exploring at the very least.
Mr. Brown?
Can I make some general comments about Sea Sky Gunn on this route?
Sure.
So we love it. We want to see it succeed long-term, so a long-term partnership agreement makes total sense to us, to me. We did buy the passes for staff, which is something we'll just continue to do regardless of the other machinations of this, because it means they're safer, they're able to get to work more easily when the surface is running. Obviously, the Friday night, Thursday night piece for us and Saturday nights is important simply because we don't want locals drinking and driving home. That's our predominant reason for hoping to push funding that way to extend it, even though the ridership is low, the potential consequences of not having it are fairly high. And so if we need to contribute more, we're happy to do that, which is the anti-negotiator. Yeah, just really.
I was going to say, you just said that on tape.
And I mean it. So we love this route, and be highly supportive of it. If I can actually just switch hats now and say Kirby Brown, Sea Sky Gunn guy just parked, and Kirby Brown, Tourism Squamish guy just put his hat on. Highly supportive of this going to Britannia. One day when the ridership can support it and when we can connect that community and get the agreements in place. Britannia is going to blossom and grow. Investment in infrastructure at the mines is just going to draw more ridership there, and it would just be lovely to get people out of their vehicles and able to move southward as well as northward. And the last thing I'll say, we did quite early on partner with Squamish Connector and guarantee seats to enable them to do a midday return to Squamish. So they take commuters south, pick up guests in the city at 7 different properties and bring them up to see the Sky Gondola, then they park and have lunch, and then they come back and pick them up around 3 p.m. and drop them home. So there is a mode of vehicular transportation outside of our shuttle operating and free in that sort of gap time too. So if we can be helpful in any other creative solutions, we'd like to step into play for that.
I think we should try and do that. Okay, we actually have another piece of this that we need to talk about, which is the other service expansion, which we haven't started with yet. Do we want to do all the motions at the end or now? Do you think so? Because Council may wish to see the amended service law.
So there's 3 motions proposed, these 2, and then the third one is related to the AOA amendment number 2. In regards to the service expansions for September, it's a very preliminary discussion. We just have a couple of slides just to present some initial ideas, but there's no motions proposed for that part.
Okay. So let's do that, and then we'll do the motions at the end.
Okay.
So last summer, the District of Squamish signed an expansion memorandum of understanding to expand off-peak service within the Squamish local transit system by 1,400 hours. Just to add to that discussion, your operations and maintenance facility is currently at capacity, and we are working very, very closely with District of Squamish staff to try to find a solution, potentially short-term, medium-term, and longer-term to that constraint. But because it is currently at capacity, we were unable to find an expansion bus for this fall's expansion.
If I could just add to that, and partially that was the time of year that we were in. We were in a contract negotiation with our operating company, so they were not able to secure extra lease space for land. Now that we have signed an extension with our operating company for next year, if we want to put expansion buses in, the operating company will find additional space for those buses, so we should find a short-term solution with the hope that eventually we'll build a bigger facility, and that's the long-term goal. But at this particular time last year when we had the conversation, we were unable to put more buses in the system, so we decided we would do off-peak 1,400 hours was what we agreed to, and then we're hoping to get back into putting buses on the road next year. Sorry, Levi.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you for that. Another great point is that the District of Squamish has been so proactive towards transit expansion that you've actually fulfilled all of your short and medium term actions within the transit future plan for the region. So you're ahead of the curve in comparison to some of the other communities in the region, and that's great. So because of that, what we did is during our last public engagement supporting the fall 2018 expansion, we actually asked respondents where they would like to see future transit expansion within the Squamish area. And so this was very helpful, both for us and I think District of Squamish staff as well. As we can see, regional and inter-regional service is a key community priority. 35% of respondents identified that that was their top priority. Continued improvements to the core transit network was identified as another key priority. The potential for an express service between Garibaldi Village and downtown Squamish, which we actually did manage to find some hours to implement a sort of a preliminary version of that this past fall. And then we also asked for feedback on various local service expansion options as well. And you can see those outlined on the chart above as well. However, that being said, all of those options do require an expansion bus. So with regards to the 1,400 hours that we have available for this fall, we have sort of a list of potential expansion priorities that we've heard from the public on previously that they would like to see. Additionally, some of these options are things that we had hoped to accomplish with previous expansions, but we just didn't have the resources to accommodate previously. So a couple of options we're looking at for this fall would be to separate your current Route 1 and 2 combined trips that happen in the evenings. So in order to be more efficient, what we have right now is in the later evening on weekdays, you have one bus doing both the Route 1 Brackendale and 2 Highlands and then coming back downtown. It is more efficient, but it's also very confusing. It's very challenging to interpret within the rider's guide what exactly is going on. And we do know that ridership is continuing to grow, and so we feel that this is something that now, as hours are becoming available, we can finally start to clean up and make it easier for people to access the transit system in the evening as well as during the midday and peaks. Another thing we heard from the community is just an earlier trip on the Route 2 Highlands to meet an earlier downtown shift start time and also to meet with the Squamish connector. Currently the 1 Brackendale does have a trip that allows for that, but the Highlands community don't have that option. So we're looking at that as a potential expansion priority. Options to serve the Squamish Senior Center just off of downtown. Currently there's no service that gets people who may have mobility challenges close to the center to allow them to access the amenities there. Options to continue to improve weekend service to Quest University. Currently we have, I think, service every 2 hours. So we'd be looking at options potentially to improve that so that they have hourly service as they do on the weekdays. Later weekday service on the new 9 Quest University. We'd hope to get a little bit of background. We implemented the Route 9 Quest University to try to get 20-minute service on your core transit network between downtown, your commercial area, sort of around the Walmart area, Brennan Park Recreation Center, and Garibaldi Village. And we were able to get, I think, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we've still kind of got that 1 hour gap where we only have 30-minute service instead of the 20-minute service that we've been hoping to accomplish. The potential to continue to expand service on the Route 4 Garibaldi, the new express service connecting Garibaldi Village to downtown. We still need to assess the performance of that route to make sure that that makes sense, but it's something that we would consider through this process. And then finally, just reviewing our school bell times and just making sure that we're meeting as many of those as possible and see if there's any options to better serve the school kids within the Squamish region as well. And then, so in terms of process, we were hoping to float some of these ideas to council, just get some high-level feedback, and then what we'll do is we'll work with local staff to prioritize some of these, and we would pull together a service change plan, and then we would come back to council again sort of early in the spring, asking for endorsement to make those changes happen for the fall. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Reid?
But just on that point, if we potentially could start some of these next fall, so September 2019, we have to budget for it now. Would we have cost estimates associated with that? Because we're just about to get, as you know, get into
Yes.
this process.
Through the mayor, yes, we do. So for the 1,400 hours, the cost to the district is about $30,000, and with an expected fare revenue about $5,000, so we're out to about $25,000 in the budget. And I think you'll see that later today. Even.
Yeah. That's there.
And if I could also add to the chair, our process as well, we signed the TIPS MOU in the summer, we put the request into the province for their portion of the funding, and they're just going into their budget talks as well for February. So we'll know about the provincial share of funding come the end of February to know that we have that portion of it available for the September expansion.
And just to follow up, so, I mean, when I look at that, I think they're all great. I really have no problems with any of them. I think it's just a matter of how we can do it. But am I correct in saying that that does not require an additional bus?
That's
And
right.
it's the additional bus that's the problem, partly because of the lack of facilities for a place to
Yes.
maintain it?
And partially because we would have had to make that decision last year because it takes, when we do a procurement of fleet for the province, we do it annually and it takes about 18 months to procure a new bus. So when we go through this process this year to talk about next year's expansion, we'll be putting in those bus orders. And we didn't do that last year for this route because the reasons that I previously described, that we were out of space at the facility and in a contract negotiation with the operating company, so we were unable to secure buses and space for this year's expansion.
So for a new bus, we would have to make the decision, presumably starting in 2020 sometime then. We would have to make the decision by sometime
By June of this year,
June of this
for
year.
the September 2020.
Very good. Councillor Pettingale, this year then, Councillor?
So this might be a longer discussion, so maybe we'll have to push this off. But from what you just said, fares cover about 17% of costs on this possible expansion. Is that sort of typical for the system as a whole? And do you have any sense of how much an obstacle our fares are for transit usage?
The answer to that.
I mean, that's a big question, and I want to give you the right answer, and I could probably look into your entire system and give you an idea of what the fare revenue is, but I'll have to come back to you with that answer. In terms of what it looks like across British Columbia, the areas that are more urban and less rural usually have a higher return on investment around revenue for fare revenue, up to as high as 36%. But we don't very often see that. I'm not really sure about the question in terms of how difficult it is for users in terms of the fares in the community.
Just, I mean, what I'm getting to is just trying to understand, is there value in looking at free bus service and what's the cost and what are the impacts of that?
I mean, certainly we did look at free bus service, so our under 12s are free now. I know some of the city's larger centers are looking at 18 and unders, not paying fares, so I think, you know, we have gone down that road. We did increase our fare to $2, but that actually was based on feedback. It would be easier just to have the $2 coin change. So in our previous council, we were quite careful with fare increases. We were trying to increase ridership. So I think there's information that could be brought back. We could have a longer discussion about that.
And certainly through the mayor and chair, that's what I alluded to earlier. If you want a review of fare service and impacts, we're happy to take that away and have one of our departments do a full scope kind of report on that and show you what the ridership would do based on different fare strategies. And we have some experience on free fares in certain communities that have done pilot projects for free fares on the weekend, and we've seen kind of around a 25% increase in ridership when we've done free fares on a weekend in some communities. And then the next consideration would be making sure we have enough hours and buses to provide that extra service as the ridership grows. So there's a few considerations in there, but we're happy to take a look at that should that be the direction.
So that would be the motion.
Can I move that?
You certainly could.
All right.
That's the only way we get done.
I would like to move that we get that information, assuming, is there a cost to us to receive that information?
No, that would all be inclusive in your annual operating agreement of the services we provide.
So you're moving a fair review,
Yes, please.
seconded by Councillor French. Any discussion? Seeing Councillor Squamish hand?
Can I ask when the last fair review was done?
Sure. Have we done a fair review recently?
Yes, we have. We were just discussing when that exactly was. It was fairly recently. a couple
2 years ago?
I did also do a little bit of very quick math, and I think it's around about 20% of our costs is the fix. The fares contribute 20% of our costs overall.
So is that fare review we did 2 years ago, would it still be valid, or would we expect to see potentially something different now that we've switched to a, is that done before we went free for 12 members?
That's when you decided
Yeah,
to.
that's when we did it, right?
Yeah. And that wasn't part of our suggestion, the fare review, but it was council that suggested that, so we would be able to analyze that. So there may be some nuances that come through that fare review. We didn't consider what would it be if it was free for all in terms of fare review. So if that was a component that you wanted us to look at, then we'd certainly have to put that into that as well.
I think that's, Councilor Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, but you wanted to look at options for increasing free.
Yeah, and with in mind too, the complaints some of the feedback we get about parking and so on, understanding how all these pieces fit together.
Just to add to that, to Lisa's previous comment as well through the chair, one thing, if we're being strategic looking at the potential for free fares, is we'd also want to look at the potential for reserving some hours and some buses to coincide with that change in fare strategy, because we would definitely be seeing some capacity concerns. We just want to make sure that if we were moving in that direction, we're able to provide the needs for the community in terms of their mobility with that change in ridership demand.
So it might be evaluate the fare review and then plan to strategically bring that a year down the road when we had the buses and hours and something to that. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. So we do have 3 motions in front of us. And just to be clear, the execute amendment number 2, that is...
I do have a few slides on that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so these are usually relatively quick discussions, but I have a little bit of extra detail today since this is the first time this council has seen one of these. So Lisa already mentioned that the annual operating agreement is a 2-part agreement between BC Transit and us, and it lays out the service for the year, which includes the service area, the fares, the hours, that kind of thing. So we do a new one of those every year, and it's on the BC Transit year, which is April to March. Then when we want to, when we're ready to do an expansion, we need to update the agreement for that expansion. And amending the agreement isn't the thing that authorizes the expansion, it's actually kind of the last step in the process. So typically, the expansions are agreed to through the 3-year expansion initiatives MOU, which comes to council. Then through both the provincial and the municipal budgets. And then there's one other piece that council usually doesn't see, but it comes to staff, which is there's an MOU to amend the AOA. Acronyms were there. And as long as that is in alignment with all the previous discussions we've had with council, then staff signs that one off. So for the 2018-19 annual operating year, we had the base agreement that carries forward any expansions that happened in the previous year, as well as in this case, it also included the handy dart expansion, and that was just because that expansion was for the whole year, so it started April 1st, so it was included right at the beginning. Then we had amendment number 1, which was for the South Squamish Parks pilot service, and now we're looking at amendment number 2, which is for the September 2018 expansions and for the Friday and Saturday late night trips. So all of these are all already in place and all running already. This is more just updating the agreement to be in line with where we're at. Cost-wise, just a quick overview. So you can see the cost of the overall. These are the local government costs, not the whole cost. So it's our portion. So for the base, the numbers are up there. The increase with amendment number 1 was about $28,000, and with amendment number 2, an additional $62,000 to a total of $90,000. And these were all anticipated and planned in both the 2018 budget and the proposed 2019 budget. And that is the recommendation.
So that's the third motion.
Yeah.
Sitting in front of us. Thank you. Any questions on that, Council? Councilor Harper?
I guess this ties in with Councilor Penningale's question, but those numbers we just saw were fares were excluded, or potential fares are excluded from this, so the actual
That's right.
number would be,
That's right.
or whatever the percentage we successfully get ridership for. The math is
Right. Okay, so let's start at the top. The District of Squamish continue operating the South Park service in summer 19 with service optimization. Would anybody like to move that?
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
To the point with the Adventure Center stop, would that be considered part of the service optimization, or should we put something specifically in exploring that option as far as this motion goes?
Change the runtime and we'll change the schedule. And what's the timing?
Through the chair, that would be something that if we were to add in, we're likely to lose some service somewhere else in the South Parks routing. So I guess we could suggest that we maybe look at that for when we have expansion hours. Adding that in would be the easiest. If we were to do it this year as part of this, then you may lose some of the amounts of trips that you have going to the rest of the South Parks as it currently exists. So.
I'm going to come back to you. Can I build on his question though? One of the pinch points is Shannon Falls. And so my question is, why are we pulling into Shannon Falls and not using the Darrow Bay pullout instead? And so wouldn't that offer us time on the system if we were pulling to the right around Darrow Bay and just letting people walk across to Shannon Falls? Because that was a major pinch point, and it would free up time to stop at the Adventure Center, I think. And so, does that help?
Yeah.
So that's my question, is does it help? And then your follow-on question.
Yeah, I suppose changes are we want to explore and make sure that they're all the knock-on effects, but I just want to make sure that language in this motion captured exploring that. And that all sounds like optimization to me as far as increased ridership through stopping at the Adventure Center and maybe some efficiencies with something like that at Darrow Bay, or maybe we don't need to do a single 2 or 3 downtown, just to circle it out, like cut a couple minutes off, and just to get that. So I want to make sure that that's captured, that exploring that's captured in the motion.
There was also some discussion about Brennan Park. Is that also something that council would like us to look at?
Yes.
I guess the implement.
I suppose council's curious about when you say service optimization, how broadly are you thinking? Council's like, can you think broadly out to Brennan Park and the Adventure Center, and that's one model, versus just shifting some times around in our current, today's way, shape, and form. So I think you're hearing council say, when we say service optimization, we're thinking broadly to increase ridership.
So to respond to that, we had not been thinking that broadly, but we can. The question that I have though is whether we go away and do some analysis and figure out what's possible. Do we need to come back to council then? Timing starts to be challenging, but not impossible, I would say.
Our schedule has to be done by when?
Through the chair, what I might recommend is that this is something that we could explore and bring back to council for potential for the following year, just because any changes to routing, especially any substantial changes to routing, we usually like to bring out to public engagement as well, just get feedback from the public and make sure that it's something that they would support as well, and then we can bring that back to council and let you know what the public has to say, so that it's like we've got the full picture. The other piece is that it would be a pretty tight timeline because we need to have our schedules finalized 3 months before, so we can produce the new rider's guide, we can develop all the marketing materials, and so although I guess theoretically it would be feasible, it could be rushed, and I'm not sure that we would have time to come back to essentially let you know what the impacts and implications would be before we would have to finalize the schedule and move forward.
So for our project management, we would look at, if we're putting it in June, it's 12 weeks to do a rider's guide. So we have to have the schedules done 12 weeks in advance. it's 12 weeks for our scheduling department to schedule a new service. So we're looking to have that schedule completed by February, first week in February. So it's a pretty tight turnaround for us to make changes and come back to you guys and get approval.
There's so many hands. So, Mr. Wickham, did you want to make a comment?
I guess if I'll definitely sign up to say we will take council's obvious desire to add in Adventure Center. I think Brennan Park will be pretty tricky, and that's a very large change, and also serviced with a stop at the downtown transit. You can get transit all the way through. So if we can definitely sign up to do as much as we possibly can, and with the small tweak at Darrell Bay and how much time, and we'll get as much as we can. I think we obviously can't come back to you for a thumbs up, but I think your desire is clear to add on the Adventure Center if it's possible this year. Is that, and we would consider that as part of that.
General nodding head, council, would you like to see Adventure Center added this year if we can do it?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, there's consensus on council around that. And then I take, I take your point, Mr. Megenbir, about community consultation, but this is a pilot project, and it doesn't really go into our neighborhoods. It's about servicing parks in the summer, and I think people are starting to use the service, and I think anything we can do to sort of capture more of those people is, I think, under council purview to sort of go forward with the consultation. I saw a lot of hands. Are people okay that this motion now includes that optimization? But I've got Councillor French and Councillor Redford.
Well, just
Quickly, because we're behind.
for our own certainty, I'd like to see in the motion specific reference to, for sure, the Adventure Center and possibly Brennan Park as well.
So I'm
In
hearing
the
from
service
staff, Brennan
optimization.
Park is not going to be doable this year in our plans, but we can look at it in the future. So why doesn't the motion read that service in the summer of 2019 with service optimization focusing on expansion to the Adventure Center in 2019 and looking at Brennan Park in the future?
Sorry, what if we can't do it for some reason? What if we look at the Adventure Center and there's something stopping us that makes it not possible? Was the wording of the motion such that we can still proceed with South Parks even if we can't do the Adventure Center? We're just considering the Adventure Center.
Yeah.
Oh, like there's a possibility that it's hard to
We
turn the
might have
bus
to
around.
turn the bus around, yeah. or
Can I say considering the Adventure Center in 2019 and Brennan Park in 2020?
Consider it.
Considering. Councilor.
So many things with it. Actually, I'm okay with giving that wider room to work on that. I don't think there's, with the service optimization and all the time frames, we're going to come back with what the increase. It doesn't sound like we're going to see this again before it was implemented. So I would like to make sure that I'd like to be in the loop as far as what I'm sort of setting this on a path to optimize and go. So, or what is the mechanism here as far as seeing this again before it goes?
Dora, can you?
Like how would that work?
So what I'm hearing from BC Transit is that we don't have time to come back to council in a council meeting and have another discussion about it, but I certainly could communicate with you and let you know where we got to, so that you're aware of what the plan is.
And we could review it when we come back in the spring as to what we actually did when we come back with the service change for the September. We just are going to be nimble enough to come back for approval on the plan. So if we can make it happen, we'll absolutely make it happen. And we would show you what we did when we come back for the September service change plan. And if for some reason we ran into an obstacle, then we can make you aware at that point that what the outcome of that was and why. But we would certainly give it our best effort to make it happen.
Follow up. We're talking about the public engagement, which we always really value. After this pilot project in the fall, is that debrief done? And is that something that we should be scheduling in maybe at this point so we can stay ahead of these changes so that we're optimized for going into the following season, considering budget cycles and constraints of everybody?
So through the mayor, a follow-up debrief? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that maybe,
Like a
you know,
consultation.
this feels like a discussion for October, September, October, after the services run its course, and then we have time to consider and implement the changes to fix the system. We need to think about how that lies in with the other, you know, the cycles that you just laid out from a transit standpoint. But for this particular pilot project being a summer thing, as soon as we have the data from that, that should be. So I don't know if I'm making a motion, an additional motion, or if I'm making one
Well,
elongated motion. I'll let you capture that.
I think what I'm hearing you
Right,
say is that, you know, for agenda reasons, this has been pushed to the end of January. It would have been nice to have a little bit more time to think about it and have it come back before council. So I think what Councilor Rufford is saying is, can we schedule this now that, you know, council will be on its second year, the conversation earlier, so we're not getting pushed up against deadlines that PC Transit obviously has to follow, so that there's time for a more fulsome discussion and opportunity to comment. That's all. Is that right? Councilor Rufford?
I'll go with that.
So,
Yes, absolutely.
do you just need to get on with Amy about when we need to put this on the agenda this fall?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Really? Ms. Linda?
Can I make a respectful recommendation that the motion say implement if possible rather than consider, because that's direction to staff that we don't need to bring it back in terms of the.
So that District of Squamish continue operating the South Squamish Park services summer 2019 with service optimization, considering and implementing if possible.
Thank you.
The Adventure Center in 2019, and looking at the possibility of adding Brennan Park. Can someone move that motion? Moved by Councilor Stoner, second by Councilor Rufford. No way. Councilor Brady.
So I'm not going to re-argue this whole thing, but I agree with that. But the other, when we're talking about service optimization, the thing I am concerned about is the gap in the daily service, and if there's some arrangement, possibly with the gondola to fill in that gap. To me, for me, that's the priority for 2019. And the other things are certainly good ideas. And I can understand though when you add a stop somewhere that sometimes it affects something somewhere else. The only other comment I'll make is with Darrell Bay, the property across the highway from I beg your pardon, from Shannon Falls, the property across the highway is going through the development process, and so I think we have some flexibility there of getting some kind of a transit-friendly layout, and I'll just leave that with staff to think about that.
Just really quickly, I'm happy to support what we're talking about as a baseline, but I'm also concerned about Totem Hall, and I don't know if we address that as part of this, but that's something I want us to not lose sight of.
It might be a conversation for the spring in terms of service expansion and optimization, is looking at bringing that stop back into our bus, not a pilot project, but actually our bus route. Thank you for bringing that up. Seeing no other hands, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That the District of Squamish work with Sea Sky Gondola to develop a partnership agreement to support the South Squamish Park Transit Service, moved by Councilor Ray, seconded by Councilor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, that the District of Squamish authorize the mayor and corporate officer to execute amendment number 2. Moved by Councilor French, seconded by Councilor Ray. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Brown, for being here, participating in this.
Free coffee, great conversation. Thank
I'm sure everyone would like a break, but I'm not giving you one because I want to get this piece of work done before we take a recess and then get on to financial planning. So 3 councillors attended a webinar put on by the Fraser Valley and Sea Sky Corridor Forest Sector that was done by the Ministry of Forest Lands and Natural Resources. I think it's important that when council participates in conferences or other training opportunities or information gathering opportunities. They get a chance to update council on what they've learned and move forward in any direction that we might need. So, Councillor Stoner, Anderson, and Herford were attending, and I would like to give you 10 minutes to talk to us about what you learned, what we should be aware of, if anything, in moving our agenda forward. Councillor Herford, Councillor Anderson?
It was very, very informative and a lot of information. So pulling out some highlights, we were working on the community forest initiative, and it was quite clear that that was a high priority for them, and which gave me great confidence going into as we're in the midst of that process. They also identified some lots of opportunities that through their coming policy change, they'll create some opportunities for the industry and on the coast. And I thought it was really interesting about, I mean, I'm learning a lot about this, and the leaving of the wood waste in the forest. There's a lot of sort of cash left on the table there, and looking to sort of close that down, and that should create some more opportunities for as well for more processing locally. So that's could mean any number of things, whatever the business community creatively figures out to do with this stuff without getting into the possibilities. Yeah, I thought it was really really exciting that there's a renewed interest, and with all the changes in policies from an environmental standpoint, and like it's almost could potentially be a very big rebirth of the forest industry based around this new best practices that have sort of evolved over since we all remember forest industry being the main driver. So it's really exciting. I know I know Mr. Anderson's going to get probably more into the specifics, but that was a very Coles Notes version of what I took away.
Am I right in thinking that it sounds like they're trying to create more of a circular economy, so using what's left behind and creating industry out of it, or economic opportunity?
Yeah, I'd say exactly, as well as closing some of the sort of working to reduce the amount of raw logs leaving, so that we're actually have manufacturing and value-added options. So, yeah.
Councillor Anderson's like jumping on it.
I know. That's why I went first there.
No. So we don't want Councillor Stoner for, no, I'm just joking. Councillor Anderson.
Well, I would agree with Councillor Herford that the session was very valuable and well presented in presenting a lot of specifics, a lot of information. It was the first time that the ministry had put on a session like this for local government. I will highlight just one theme. Other than to comment that on your comment on bioeconomy, Mayor Elliott, yes, there are new ministry initiatives regarding circular economy and bioeconomy, and they have expressly stated interest to pursue these initiatives in Squamish and in our region. But I would like to focus on something. I've prepared a handout that just captures a few of we had a lot of slides presented to us, but I'd just like to touch on one theme that's very important for us. On the bottom of page 1, there is a reference to processing more of our logs at home. That was referred to, this handout here. Yes, on the bottom of the first page. That was described by one of the ministry officials as a political statement, and it is. It is not ministry policy, but coming from, or that is out of a policy manual. And the reason why is that it's not simple, and there are major impacts for Squamish. On the top of the second page, another slide that they presented looked at UBCM resolutions 2017, 2018. What is overlooked in this picture, I'll just note on 2018, number 6, limit log export prior to wood processing needs being met. Well, that is in fact current policy, but the drift of that resolution, which came from Port Alberni, was to put further constraints on log exports. I wanted to draw your attention especially to the fact that from Squamish and from the regional district and from the Squamish Chamber of Commerce are policy resolutions in a different spirit altogether. So the District of Squamish, if we refer to our last page of the handout, in 2015 passed a resolution supporting in principle the export of logs. This was part of a several-year conversation between local industry and the Regional District Board as well. And the Regional District passed a resolution asking for review of policy in a similar direction. The Chamber of Commerce brought a resolution this past year which was approved by a large majority at the provincial conference and asking for a review to alleviate constraints on log export. The reason for that is that Squamish District has a timber profile that has a large proportion of poor grades of timber, and we cannot sell it. This is why we have a persistent underharvest in our region. I'll pass this around. The bottom graph illustrates the fact that the prices available don't justify logging. And this is a problem for the First Nations who have taken on these tenures. Our region is dominated by First Nations ownership of crown timber. The top graph that I'll pass around here shows the sustainable timber harvest levels set by the Chief Forester for this region and for the coast, and the actual demand. So there's a large gap between supply and demand. Simply, we've lost so many mills, we do not have demand for the timber that can be sustainably produced from this corridor and from the coast at large. Squamish District and Squamish
So Eric,
Community.
we have 10 minutes for this
Okay.
item, so you're gonna have to
Well, I am wrapping up.
focus on what District of Squamish needs to be mindful of.
Very good. That is my intent, and that is that the conversation around the prospect of further constraints on log exports will be ongoing, and that we monitor this. I wouldn't recommend that we put a position forward at this time, but be mindful of the past positions of council and the fact that there are many jobs and First Nations businesses and local Squamish businesses that are exposed to damage in their business if we further constrain log exports. We are highly dependent on log exports in our forest corridor here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Councillor Stoner, anything to add to those comments?
Yeah.
No, great. I appreciate you sitting in on that and sharing that. And Eric, we just need to make sure that our minute taker gets a copy of this.
Sure.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll start in on our financial planning. So we'll come back at 4:45. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're back in our committee of the whole, and we're on to 2019 and 2023 financial planning. Yay!
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Linda Glenday, CAO here at the district, and beside me is our Chief Financial Officer, Christine Mathews, and our relatively new but fabulous financial analyst, Roland Russell.
Welcome to the table, Roland.
Yeah. So between the three of us today, we'll be providing to you an overview of the staff proposed general fund budget. We've already been to council and talked about the utilities budgets for the utilities fees. We have laid out a process for you that Christine will start on, and then I will jump in and introduce each of the different sections. We did provide for you the overview for the capital plan in terms of spending and taxation impact, the service level increases that are proposed, as well as special operating projects for the following year. And then behind that, the appendices are the specific line items that accompany those budgets. So with that, I will turn it over to Christine for now.
Thank you, Council. We're going to kick off today our goals. We're going to have a library board presentation at 1 p.m. We let the library board pitch their own budget to you. We're going to just let you know some of the public feedback that we've received to date. We're going to review the general fund today with a little bit of an overview on existing service level. We're going to go have a quick look at the capital plan, service level changes, and special operating projects. And then at the end, as we usually do with these budget sessions, we'll allow a Q&A or some information from our communications team who are feeding. I'm sure everybody's online watching us right now, and we'll have lots of comments, so we keep council apprised of that before we shut down as well. I know I'm wildly optimistic. Anyway, and then of course we'll just follow up and get any further council direction today. That's the goal. So what do we still have to do? We are running just a little bit behind schedule right now between council turnover and our own staff turnover, and considerable system changes. You will see some of the good and the bad of changing a system in the middle of year-end and budget, and bear with us. We're not perfect right now, but we're going to aspire to that by next year. So for January, we're going to roll out today. We're talking about the general fund operating and capital proposals. We plan to loop back with you just to finalize any of the utilities budgets as well. I know there was some questions in the past about whether or not we would give you another opportunity to look at utilities, and the answer is yes, we will. We're trying to get you close enough that we could set rates, but it's not finalized until the financial plans go out, so until the financial plan bylaw is adopted. We are shooting for a public meeting in February, and the final adoptions of financial plan bylaws by March, or in March, and then in April we usually get the revised roll from BC Assessment, and then we can really get into what the tax impacts could look like on a property average basis and things like that. So without further ado, we'll kick into the general fund. I'm going to let Linda talk a little bit about some of our approach and process this year.
Thank you. As council knows, but just as a review, we talk often of our master plans. And so we have several strategic plans in terms of our long-term view and short and medium-term view of our infrastructure needs to plan for the future. So that's sewer, water, roads and paving, active transportation. We just finished a real estate facility strategy, and we're working on the implementation, i.e. the master plan of implementing that one. Also council strategic plans, so I believe it's later today that will be produced for the public. And so the priorities that council directs staff to do in terms of moving the dial on some OCP objectives, public input, of course, and then regulations and operational requirements that we, in terms of services we have to provide, any kind of safety upgrades or legislation changes that are required, and risk mitigation. So all of those go into our corporate action plans, which drive our proposed budget. It's important for council to know that staff are very alive to the idea of, or the principle of affordability for this community, and the pressures around balancing that and limiting the required increase on tax revenue with all of those priorities that feed into that corporate action plan. It's not an easy process to go through, and this year specifically with the budget, I do have to commend our staff in terms of how much work went into true thoughtfulness around the ideal work plan, around the master plans. You know, the strategic plan is stretch and ambitious, to use council's words, as well as, you know, what the public is hoping to achieve, and then legislative pressures and risk mitigation. That said, I think it's a very prudent action plan in terms of what we do need to achieve for the community, and then minimizing that tax revenue to the best of our ability in terms of keeping the affordability. So it's a balance between the two, and this year switching over to a different chart of accounts behind our business processes for our technology transformation also created quite a bit of scope in terms of our budget work, but I'm quite proud of the staff work and where we've got to. We have also provided this year summary sheets for you around each of the general funds that demonstrate for you and council where the strategic plan and those master plans and any kind of operational requirements are, where the spending is broken out in those areas, what's driving the budget proposal.
So to Ms. Bunday's point, several of the inputs into our capital, or into our financial planning, one of them includes public input. And so just a reminder that for public input, we have a robust OCP, which had a very heavy community involvement. We also receive feedback throughout the year that guides council and our staff when they're doing their budgets. And then throughout the budget process, we also solicit feedback. This is how our audience can and residents can weigh in. There's a list of various ways. Obviously, we keep our council meetings open and provide Q&A sessions throughout. And then we also invite comments through our websites, through Twitter, through Facebook, and directly. So all of those options are available. So far, we've had a little bit of feedback, just some of the emails and information that we've received to date. We've had requests for RV dump station. We've had further requests for weekly garden kitchen waste pickup, and some questions around Recycle BC and how that's funded and why it's limited to certain materials. Our engineering group has responded to that. And then we had a request for a general fund item of a sidewalk restoration on the south end of 2nd Avenue. Before we get started, Council, I just want to remind you of a couple key things, because sometimes you see numbers and you see percentages, and it's easy to kind of get caught up and think that start a splash of sometimes misunderstandings. So just a reminder today that what we're talking about is impact on tax revenue. So when we're talking percentages today, it's the change in our tax revenue requirement. That does not necessarily equate to a tax bill impact. It will have some impact, obviously, but it won't necessarily be the percentages that we're showing you today. Okay? We will, however, give you a little bit of an inkling of what we think we have in growth or new base revenue based on the proposals that we're bringing you today and based on a completed roll. So the completed roll for those new to this taxation process, the completed roll is not the final roll. It's the one that goes out, which allows property owners to appeal and well, basically put in appeals and ask for changes. So the revised roll is what we wait for, and that comes out in early April. Just to let you know, these lists do not include carry forwards for special projects right now. So we have a number of projects that are in stream and ongoing. And as we finish our year-end process, we work with the budget managers to determine which projects need to be carried. They will not have a tax revenue impact because they are already funded. So we'd either be drawing from accumulated surplus or from whatever funding sources that we didn't use in 2018 towards those projects and carry those into 2019. We will talk to you today a little bit about existing service level. Just to let you know, when we build our budgets, we don't just roll over last year and start on top of that. We take last year's budget, we remove all special projects that were put in or non-recurring items that were put in the previous year. We also ask the managers to go through and do a fulsome review of all of their operating budgets and provide what we'll call non-discretionary adjustments. Some of those go down if they realize they're not using budgets. Some go up when they have contract pressures or set things that are already in stream. Essentially, we vet those non-discretionary requests very carefully, and we make sure that they in fact are deemed to be either contractual lifts or something to provide same service. So, and any new staffing, etc., has to come through a service level change and be vetted through the approval process. We do have some growth in the assessment base, about 4%. That does not translate to necessarily a 4% revenue, tax revenue change. So we'll get into that shortly. So let's start take a breath right away. This is existing service level, and so last year we had a 27.7 million. Did you want to talk to this one instead?
I can start.
Sure.
Just trying to coordinate
Yeah.
here. Existing service level, we will get into the detail. You'll see the net labor change there is 4.5%. We will break out what that looks like in a coming slide. But part of that is annualization of positions that were approved last year. And so often what happens is a position is approved, but by the time we hire, the budget ask is for half a position, and then this year it will be a full position. An example is last year, based on the growth in the community and the RCMP HR plan and the fire master plan, is an alternating RCMP officer, firefighter every other year. Last year, what was approved in the end was a half a year or even less of each, so that the cost was one full-time equivalent. So this year, those positions are being annualized to the effect of one position, which was the original plan. So examples like that, Christine will get more into detail around what that looks like, and also the shift in how we present this. Outside of that, I will pass it over to Christine.
Thank you. So with that in mind, we'll just walk you through. So essentially last year, our tax revenue requirement for general taxation was 27.7 million. We have, I'm just realizing that this slide is not footing properly. My apologies. Because I believe it's almost 29 million now after this adjustment. So the, essentially to Linda's point, this is all those things that I talked about with existing service level adjustments. I'll get into them more quickly or more in depth in a moment. The estimated tax revenue from growth, essentially when we looked at our management recommendation, our proposed budget, we took that number out to our models based on the completed roll, and we ran it through. And we believe that for this particular level of expenditure, our revenue intake from non-market change, so that new assessment base value, would be about $784,000, or about 2.8% of last year's budget revenue. So, getting into labor, and I think I'll start out just by saying very clearly that we're doing things very different under our new system and our new chart of accounts. So we have more capacity in this system to be able to what we'll call cross-charge our labor, so keep the labor in the original budget areas that they belong. But then if they're going to capital or they're going to other funds or they're being allocated, then it gets pushed out after that. These labor budgets are showing you the gross overall labor, whether it's special projects, pool, whatever. In this case, hopefully we've moved the pool out, but any of the other funds or interplays, other departments that they're doing service for, should all be captured in this broader number. It has been, I'm not going to lie, challenging to get down to specifics, but I'll walk you through some of the things we do know for sure. We've gone through very carefully, and the contract and inflation, essentially we have labor agreements, and we have our own internal policies around how we compensate for COLA increases. So that's 335,000. Merit and reclass, so if any positions are reclassed or our exempt staff have grids, so if they go up a level in the grid, this is captured here, so that's 164,000. We've annualized about, came down to about 3 positions, Linda made reference to them. The procurement officer, firefighter, and the housing coordinator were the ones captured in this, and then there's some minor adjustments actually downward for some positions that in admin.
If I might clarify, the housing coordinator is still showing in the budget as that term, whereas previous council with staff recommendation endorsed using that for more of a special project idea around hiring a consultant to help us with our housing work rather than bring on a full-time staff member, so that we could leverage that money for a broader set of expertise.
And then we have a couple of new items that hit us both in the same year. through the federal budget, the council's 1/3 used to be allowed for allowable expenses was removed out of straight taxation and now has to be justified. So that was going to impact all of our councillors' take home essentially, and so that's been adjusted through the bylaw that just went out on January 1st. It was approved back in October, so there's an adjustment here. We also, this is a bridge year, so the provincial government came out and changed how they're dealing with the medical services plan. And so this year we're in a bridging year and we have to pay both a component of the medical services plan as well as the employee health tax. So, so that's been a fairly big hit to our benefit load of about 130,000 new stuff, and then the EHT is a little higher than it used to be. So, so we're assuming that we're actually going to try and take accumulated surplus against this, but that's not reflected here. Nothing is netted here, just so we're clear. We have some overtime increases in our fire bylaw areas along that line, and then just some adjustments for premiums and acting pay that were different than last year. This change in allocation methods, examples, we've changed, we've moved staff around, we've created new departments, new areas. So a prime example of where we maybe in the past would not show or reflect operating labor here, because it's labor brought in to do capital projects and all of the labor is assigned there. We're now showing it all here, and then it has to be allocated away. We are working diligently to try and make sure we've caught all those, and we'll continue to work on that in behind the scenes to make sure that we're capturing all of those things. But another prime example is our allocations between funds. So the accounts that we used to pull up and ship off 30% to water, 30% to sewer, 10% to solid waste. Some of those balances have changed. So our general managers, for instance, have been pulled out of where maybe Mr. Buxton used to charge through the engineering line, and the engineering line allocates. He's now back in general government with Ms. Glenday's budget. So those are some of the things where we probably need to go back and rethink our allocation processes as well to make sure that we're still not benefiting one fund and hurting the other fund. So we're going to continue to do that work in behind the scenes. Please just bear with us. Some of the other changes, the contract ones are usually the big ones. Our CMP contract includes some retroactive pay and then general year over year. It's a large contract, so this represents probably about 1% of it, not even 1% of it. So, but it's a big impact to us. We have our 1% of tax revenue for us is only about $280,000, so 1% doesn't go too far. BC Transit is just some minor changes this year. We still have our transit staff in the background checking the numbers over and over again, because usually it's a little bit higher than this, so we're happy to say that it's not lifting as much as we thought, despite the fact that we're bringing in some new services. This lift would include inflation. We annualized routes 1 and 2, the combined route of 1 and 2 for night Friday and Saturday night service, and the South Squamish Parks route and Quest Bus Route 9 were all included in that non-discretionary change which was approved last year. This is just the annualization. We always have to look at our insurances. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of insurance, so that doesn't, it's a pretty small change. And then multiple software contracts and other operational contracts. And then just again to confirm that we do go through and look at our base budgets. We do expect some additional revenues. We had some savings from our LED conversions that were approved last year. There's some changes for training and both for staff and for council. We have, and then just the general inflationary pressures on supplies, advertising, etc. And then the final bits and pieces, community grants went up. That includes both your community grants and your library grant. Libraries are included in our grants component. We have some provision adjustments, various provision adjustments. We'll continue again in the background to do some more work on this and see if there's other changes and shifts in provisions. And then here's some of the allocations. We have allocations between funds. We have job costing going on, a number of things. This is just the net change. So,
Any questions on the previous?
I don't see any questions so far.
Okay. In terms of new initiatives, so this is above and beyond our existing service and required increases there. This is an overview of the service level changes. So that would be a year-over-year increase. Special projects would be non-recurring. So as Christine mentioned with Mathews, that every year we zero it out and ask for new proposals for projects. That said, we do like to keep an envelope because special projects are a key component of our operation, and we want to make sure that the tax hit, if we don't do projects one year, it doesn't create pain the next. And then our capital projects. In terms of service level increases, and when you look at the appendices, this year, what we're proposing in a special project is an overall HR master plan, essentially, human resources master plan, to look at our human resources, literally, and plan for the future, look at our current capacity, current priorities, and so rather than bringing new employee recommendations for endorsement this year, we've put them all below the line, and I would like to touch on that because they will affect some timing around the strategic plan. But staff are recommending the strategy be done first before we start or continue to hire more staff. Special projects, again, like I say, we have an envelope. This year it's a little higher, 0.8%. And then capital projects, I'll have Ms. Mathews explain more how it is that we got a negative tax revenue requirement for that. So our total adjustments for new initiatives for this year is just over $300,000 at 1.1% of our last year's tax revenue ask.
And I'll just take a moment to indicate with the capital projects and special projects, they're actually a net impact. We had to move some of our what was put on the capital project over to operational projects just for accounting purposes. So, but we tried to maintain similar levels for between the two envelopes. So we're starting out with capital plan.
Yeah, so this is a new summary sheet that we have provided this year for council and the public to, as I mentioned, demonstrate the alignment or the spend in the different categories. So the overall amount funded by property tax is $1.6 million, although the net impact is actually negative, and I'll have our finance experts explain how that works. Excuse me, sorry, it's my glucometer telling me I need to have lunch soon. Pardon me. So the strategic plan projects, you'll see $1.26 million funded by property tax to the tune of $175. Master plan projects that are also driving our capital plan is the largest amount, which is no surprise given most of those master plans are have to do with infrastructure. And then the municipal services projects. So these are more what we would call our operational, although it's a capital budget project, and those are the ones around upgrading existing facilities, safety upgrades to, say, the Brennan Park facilities. And then when you see below, growth is almost $2 million, 1.9, but those are primarily DCC projects that relate to the oceanfront development. Facilities maintenance, as I just mentioned, is $630,000, sorry. Infrastructure upgrades and maintenance, and then equipment. And it's important to note, this is the first year that we've created these categories for you. And when we get into service level increases in the special projects, some of them have been misnamed as we create this. So you might see like an actual employee position that says infrastructure, and we recognize that there are some misnamed items, but as we built this, we ran out of time today to actually update those, and we can continue to do that for you.
So can I just clarify that those 4 categories are related to the municipal services project specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Councilor Reese?
Thank you. Is this where we wanted to discuss some of these numbers?
I
And
don't
the
know.
one I was looking for, or explanation on this. The master plan projects, I assume that's the paving contract, at 1 million. And we had a presentation in November on the paving plan. And the recommendation that was discussed there was, if I recall correctly, was actually increasing it to 1.1 million and maybe even more in following years to kind of catch up to gaps from previous years. So that's not 1.1 million, that's 1 million. Is there a reason for that?
I can speak to that, Mayor Elliott. If I can also respectfully correct, it's actually 1.2
1.2
is the recommendation. Again, balancing priorities with affordability and net impact on tax revenue. What's below the line in the capital plan is that incremental, what we're calling incremental paving contract increase. So that $200,000 is in the capital plan, but currently below the line for council discussion if you want to increase taxation. Difficult decisions, I know.
Ms. Mathews, do you want to touch on how we get to a net negative impact?
Certainly we can, and we'll get Mr. Russell to assist as well, but essentially we went through and tried to maintain levels similar to last year. As mentioned, some of the flip over, we tried to at least make it even with last year, but the 0.7 came when we had to move some of the capital projects over to operating. So we feel that they're still covered off. The second thing that we did was with the fleet. Last time we were here, council had requested that any fleet that wasn't being handled by reserve, that we would go to accumulated surplus to make up the difference on that, so we did that. We did tap in a little bit to reserve, not in a big way, but we actually have, per our discussions last week, we have actually started to establish a general fund reserve now, so we did draw a little bit from that. Mr. Russell, would you like to call in on anything else
Sure.
that I might have missed?
I don't believe you've missed anything. If there's additional information that you'd like more specifically on any of those categories, be happy to address those. Unfortunately, because of the change in how this is being presented in these categories, we don't have similar categories for last year. So we're only able to provide you with the total. So we're saying it's $1.6 million this year. In 2018, the tax draw for capital was $1.8 million. So the overall change is roughly a reduction of $200,000 year over year. As Christine Mathews pointed out, that $200,000 equates fairly closely to the amount that the operating projects went up. And again, a lot of that has to do with the fact that we reviewed the definition of operating versus capital project, keeping in mind the TCA requirements of what we could actually capitalize, and we moved a number of those projects from the original capital listing to the operating listing. And that's impacting that tax levy impact. So reducing the tax levy impact for capital and slightly increasing the tax levy impact for special operating projects.
Just got a couple questions. Net impact on tax revenue required in 2018, that percentage, is that a per capita percentage, or that's sort of absolute dollars last year versus this year?
It's based on revenue change.
And for comparison, we typically use the CPI, Consumer Price Index, for inflation, which is about 2% right now. Is that
so through the mayor, we actually don't automatically add inflation to any of our budgets. We do in future years. We use about 2% on our future years within the financial plan. But each year we fulsomely look at the budget that's rolling over to us, and we look at each contract specific. With the contracts for labor, they are specified in our labor contracts, and then we have a policy for exempt and council increases based on those contracts. So essentially we don't just apply across the board inflation. I would tend to agree that CPI probably wouldn't be the best metric we could use as an inflationary component, particularly on the capital plan, as the parcel of goods, and those are barely equate to construction indices, which is really what a lot of our capital plan tends to be.
I don't see any more questions. Oh, keep going one more.
So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're getting an asset management review study plan in the coming months. And you mentioned an HR plan, which we heard a little bit about at the presentation last week. We heard about considering human assets, natural assets, and sort of traditional assets in an asset management plan. Have we gone that direction? I'm just wondering if we can speak to that a little bit.
If I could ask through the mayor a bit more clarification on have we gone that direction?
Are we sort of, I guess, taking that perspective in terms of the human resources plan, looking at it from an asset management perspective in terms of costing and so on?
Through the mayor, the short answer is yes, absolutely. We're looking at, potential growth, current capacity, current resources, current priorities, potential growth, and then looking at it from an asset point of view in terms of recruiting and retention. So how do we recruit effectively but also retain current employees, because turnover is very expensive, and being much more strategic about successioning. So maintaining that asset, although it sounds cold because we're talking about our people, but as well as maintaining the asset, it's also leveraging that asset. So ensuring that we have a resilient organization, people are motivated, people are engaged, people are producing and efficient. And that there's a whole HR strategy behind that in terms of total compensation, professional development, culture. So it's a bit softer than sewer plan as an example, but same premise, yes.
So I wonder if you could comment a little bit just on how we do budgeting, right? So when we invest in a capital project, oftentimes it results in, so we build more dikes, and you look at the life cycle cost of that capital project, it has then future maintenance costs and future operational costs. And maybe for the benefit of the council, you can talk about how we try and capture that full life cycle cost of these kind of capital investments.
Thank you, through the mayor. With the asset management plans, there's a factor of operating costs built into those, which there should be. When we come to our financial planning, we generally have constraints, and we look to the department to really gauge. So we try to take it into consideration when management's vetting it, but it's not the pure 10% of capital investment. We don't automatically just increase our operational cost by the 10% that we might assume in an infrastructure plan. We are pretty careful about it. The upside of that is it keeps things affordable. The downside of that is we may not be maintaining our infrastructure to the level we need to as new ones come on. And generally we get a little bit of grace period because there's new assets generally have lower maintenance costs in theory. And so it's as the assets get older that the maintenance starts to increase.
If I may add, Mayor Elliott, as well, the advantage of master plans is that it does capture that required maintenance, and we are improving on that, as you'll see in service level increases. An example with dike vegetation maintenance is something that we've historically fallen very far behind on, if done at all. And so these are the things that are proposed for service level increases as we follow more of our master plan.
I suppose it's on my mind because as we look at our critical asset deficit in terms of fire hall, Brennan Park, obviously when we replace some of those buildings that are end of life, our maintenance requirement should go down. But as we expand something like Brennan Park, we need to be talking about its full life cycle cost. So if we put a $3 million expansion on it, what we've been seeing so far coming from staff is okay, and then here's the operational impact of that. And so it's just being mindful as we make those changes or investments over this term, because I think there will be some, is that we're capturing what that does to our operational side of it.
And if I might, while we're talking about facilities as an example, an overlooked cost often is the commissioning. So the maintenance of a building might go down, but the initial commissioning of the building, so furnishing, moving staff, all that operational costing of shifting into a new building with the infrastructure, so whether it's recreation infrastructure or what have you, is a huge operating cost that can tend to get overlooked. So we're mindful of that as well.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So next, we're talking about service level increases. And get the paperwork. So the net impact year over year for tax revenue is 1%. As you can see there, it's $290,000. We did this year, as mentioned, staff did propose, budget managers did propose staffing increases. And I will walk you through those, but they are not currently budgeted for because, as mentioned, we're proposing a comprehensive master plan for our people and our staffing and our planning that will then inform our future staffing needs, which may mean contractions in some areas and increases in others. At this point, we are an extraordinarily quickly growing community, as you all know, so it tends to be the pressure going up versus down. So that said, a lot of the service level increases are more about increasing municipal services. So the largest hit in this number is that $70,000 dike vegetation maintenance program. I need to pull up my list as well.
I just have a question. On page 3 of this section.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, am I still? Oh, your book's still on service level changes.
Mm-hmm. Page 3 of
There's one in
9.
here about the HR recruitment strategy,
Yes.
and then there's one
Mm-hmm.
in the general fund for HR master plan.
Thank
And
you.
I was confused about why they're both there.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mayor Elliott. This is one where the name, as we put this in, isn't entirely as descriptive as we'd like. This is a service level increase. As we talked about, there's a position in finance that, can I tell you this? No? Okay. So it's more about a contingency fund in terms of our short-term recruiting and retention for 2019 in terms of our staffing needs within current service levels prior to the HR strategy being completed. So the special project for the HR strategy is a $50,000 project that's happening once, and then this is a service level increase for our short-term needs in terms of workforce planning.
So it's more HR workforce planning versus recruitment strategy. Like if you had to rename it now, what would you call it?
Recruiting and retention plan for 2019.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions on service level changes? Okay.
Just wondered if you can explain a little bit what service level change really means. My understanding is that it sort of is synonymous with staffing changes, and I guess where my head is focused is less on what the staffing levels are, more what areas are priority. And so whether you put that money into staff or something you need to buy, this is more of a priority than that. And where the staffing level is, I'm not sure that's where I'm doing.
Okay. If I might, Mayor Elliott, that's a great question. Staffing level increases do fall within service level changes. That said, service level changes, what they really mean are increasing municipal services year over year. So the proposal is that this is an increase that will then become part of our existing service level budget for 2020. We come at it from a service level perspective. Sometimes that means people, because people provide our services. But it also can mean ongoing contract money to support strategies. So as an example, healthy community collaboration with VCH is an operating line item that we need to recur year over year to continue supporting that project. So it's not synonymous with staffing increases. It's just that's where staffing increases fall.
And just in your materials, please, this was one of those areas where infrastructure upgrades and maintenance, we apologize, it got the capital treatment instead of the service level change. So bear with us, we're working out this new template.
Councillor French, and then we might break for lunch.
I have a request. There's a lot of acronyms in here, and I'm finding myself struggling sometimes to convert acronyms to what they really are. Where possible, can you avoid the use of acronyms and go long? Might be more painful at this point, but I
It's
think in
generally
the
our
long
practice,
term.
even for the public, we try and, it's a good reminder.
Thank you.
Any specific ones that we missed for you?
Yeah, CTA, or TCA, what is that?
Tangible capital assets.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Is this a good point to take a half-hour break, or do you want to do a little bit more?
I wouldn't mind taking council to page 5 of 9. Actually, we can do this after special projects and do them both together, and then people can eat, because I think that the knock is distracting people, no food sitting over there.
You want people to have this discussion on a full stomach?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. All right, so we'll take a half-hour recess. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We are talking about our financial plan, and we have a delegation from the library. So I will turn it over to you, Hillary, to introduce and get going.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you for this first opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Hillary Bloom. I'm the Director of Library Services, and to my right is David Gayton, the Chair of the Squamish Public Library Board. We will use this opportunity to give you a brief overview of the library, present you with the library's brand new strategic plan, and walk you through our 2019 budget requests. To provide a brief bit of background, what you see here is a picture of our public library. It's a municipal library governed by a 9-member library board, including 1 council rep. This year it's Councillor Herford. And the photo has most of our trustees in the shot back from November. We're celebrating 63 years as a library this year, and we are in our 22nd year in our current facility. And here we have a current day photo of our staff on the left, in case you're not sure, versus one from a Squamish library photo from 1959. We are not your grandmother's library. In the time since the first photo was taken, we have evolved to become a dynamic, progressive, inclusive, and service-driven organization on behalf of our community. That was a Halloween photo this past fall.
You don't wear that hat every day?
I might start, but we were all different storybook characters. We're holding up our book.
We're a bit worried that somebody's grandmother might be in there.
Oh, yeah. This is our welcome sign at our front door. We're proud to provide a safe, inclusive, welcoming space. The library is a community hub and a place of learning and connection. We serve and welcome everyone. And even in just the past 5 years, we've undertaken many enhancements and changes to improve our services. We converted our entire collection to RFID technology back in 2015 to improve circulation of materials. We implemented a Brennan Park materials return service so that people can return their items to Brennan Park as an option. We undertook several renovations, including a large-scale renovation of our children's area. And we now loan out many things, including museum passes, radon testing kits, pollinator kits, estuary kits, bat kits to learn about bats, and even we have our seed lending library. This is a snapshot of the library's activity taken from our most recent annual report. It is a little small for you to see, my apologies. Just to give you an idea, more than 150,000 visits a year, or about 55 people per hour through the door. More than 250,000 items borrowed, more than 16,000 program attendees, almost 20,000 public internet sessions, and more than 37,000 Wi-Fi sessions. And then there's a line along the bottom that's showing a typical day snapshot to demonstrate the level of daily activity going on in the building right next door. This graph is showing annual visits in the blue line above versus our service population in red, and this is from 2009 to 2018. You'll see that 2015 and 2018 are where we have increased our open hours, and you can see a corresponding jump up in visits. So relative to the change in service population, our visits have certainly increased to a greater degree. We're a busy place. To be sure everyone is aware of recent accomplishments, I wanted to highlight a few things from 2018. We extended our open hours at the beginning of July for a total of 60 open hours a week now. So we're open at 10 a.m. 7 days a week, and we stay open until 8 p.m. Mondays to Thursdays, and we stay open until 5 p.m. now Fridays and Saturdays, and we're open on Sundays 10 to 4. Patrons love the earlier opening time. It corresponds well with transit and with people's morning activity in the downtown core. We also installed new furnishings in the fall, thanks to support from the district. That includes new stools and laptop bars along the front windows. We also replaced our fireplace seating, thanks to support from the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District and the Friends of the Library. And finally, the most large-scale undertaking in 2018 was the work and completion of our strategic plan. You have in front of you the full bedside reading document version, as well as a 2-page summary pamphlet. And these were both in the agenda package that was sent out earlier as well. This was a major effort of board and staff, and it really was propelled on from the community input that we undertook right at the end of 2017 that informed a lot of what we ended up including in our plan. And we're really proud of the efforts in the final product. So our plan now has a new mission, vision, and values that are all referenced in those documents. And it's somewhat similar to what we had in the past, but it's been expanded, and it includes a little bit more of a technology focus and continuing to enhance and amplify our reach in the community. So we have 4 new strategic goals for the library. Inspire inquiry, learning, and literacy, which relates certainly to learning as well as making sure the programming we're offering is inspiring and interesting and relevant. The second one is engage and welcome everyone. So that's about inclusivity, ease of access, digital and physical access, and ample space. Deliver outstanding service is to ensure that our service model is as good as it can be in meeting the needs, but it also includes a larger focus on assessment of our services and programs to ensure that we're keeping track of how they're going and changing course to suit. And finally, a new goal that we didn't have set aside separately in our last plan is build a strong team and healthy workplace. So this is focusing on supporting our team, which is staff, but it's also our board and our volunteers. And it's important that we have them included in terms of their importance in making sure that the library operates as well as it does. So this slogan, Defenders of Imagination, emerged from our strategic planning process, and I really love it for so many reasons. We're here as a library to provide space and opportunity to cultivate curiosity, to foster imagination, to encourage critical thinking skills, to fight against fake news, and to teach people how to sift through it all, and ultimately connecting our community. And I just want to give you a heads up that you can stay tuned for some further branding with this image coming out in the time to come. So I'm going to leave it for a moment here and pass it over to David Gayton, our chair, to speak now for a few moments.
My preference actually was purveyors of information, defenders of imagination. but I was voted down. Now, you will have had a chance prior to this to have a look at the strategic plan. It's more than a 5-year plan. Really, we're looking out 5, 10, 20 years because we're a changing community and we're a changing library. The strategic plan paints, I think, the future in broad strokes, and what we need to do as a staff and a board now is to get down to the nitty-gritty. We need to be looking at what are the programs, what are the priorities in your future library. And it's a bit of a candy store out there. There's a lot of fabulous stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff probably we haven't imagined yet, which we will have to address in a future library. So we're looking at flexibility as well. When we did a survey of the Squamish public, they said they love the library, but they want more and better technology. It was a very clear message. They want more, and they want it now. It's amazing how many people depend on the library for Wi-Fi access. They want digital holdings. They want a very easy website to maneuver through. Importantly, libraries are now looked upon as the community hub for computer and information literacy and training. Where do you go to find out how to work these things? You now go to the library. They want gadgets, they want 3D printing, they want virtual reality, they want audiovisual labs. They want the whole shebang. Next slide. When you look at outside of Squamish, very much the same sort of thing comes up. The Pew Research Center in the States does an annual survey, and interestingly, 4 out of 5 people look to the public library to help them find information that is trustworthy and reliable. There's a phrase or a definition that I heard, and I don't know who said this, but it was before Mr. Trump came around. And it is that the internet is untreated intellectual sewage. People recognize that, and they look to the library to sort of treat the sewage. A similar number of people look to the library to help them find new things. A couple of interesting quotes I came across, and this is a paper by Ken Roberts, who is a librarian and a futurist, and he's talking about the works of Margaret Atwood. And he says, unless society is willing to accept the existence of intellectual gated communities, it has to ensure the continued existence of school and public libraries. What basically she is saying is that unless we have access, the gap between the haves and the have-nots is going to widen. And the next quote is from Yuval Noah Harari in his latest book called 21 Lessons. One of his titles to his chapter is "Those Who Own the Data Own the Future." And basically what he is saying that as individuals, if we let corporations and or governments control the data, the future of societies is in trouble. Next slide. We took data out of the BC Libraries Branch annual survey to compare our library to libraries of similar size or similar sized communities. And in general, and I can give you more data if you want it, but in general, we do more in terms of visit and circulation with less in terms of space and staff. And in particular, we are about 40% below the average for computer access. And as well, we lag well behind our neighbors. And there's a lot of information here, but basically, you're looking at Whistler, West Van, and North Van, and you look at the size of the populations down that first column or the second column on the left, and you look at how much local governments basically supply most of the financing for libraries. So you see there's quite a gap between Squamish Whistler and West Vancouver, and a less gap, but still a gap between us and North Vancouver. And if you look further along there, the number of librarians, we have 2. And if you look at West Vancouver, I got a whole bunch in North Vancouver as well. But basically, if you look at the number of professional librarians per 1,000 populations, we're not in the game. We are way behind. So that is just an example to show you that we're sort of the poor guys in this game. And I would also add that access to libraries is not a luxury. It is a necessity. And with that, I'll pass it back to Hillary.
Thank you. So just at the end of 2018, our board approved a 2019 to 2021 3-year budget. So the requests that we're going to walk through in the next few slides relate mostly to 2019 specific requests, but there are a couple of requests that bridge over to 2020 as well. And it's important to note that each of these requests was developed based on our strategic plan and support the goals in our strategic plan. And this alignment is indicated on each of the slides that follow. The first request is an increase to shelver hours. We have a team of shelving team who daily are moving those materials back onto the shelves. And essentially, from increasing our open hours over time, it's increased our daily visitors and the circulation of our collection. So this would just allow us to keep pace with that high circulation, keep the collection attractive and tidy. It would also provide our shelving team with more opportunities to participate in staff meetings and staff training initiatives without feeling a bit limited in being able to do that for them. The second request is for a new technology librarian position. So as David was referencing earlier, this would be a staff member with their master's in library and information studies. Currently, we have 2 on our staff. So for this, really to keep pace with the growing demand for expanded digital access and support that our community is asking for, the library is requesting this librarian position. From the recent community engagement, we heard loud and clear that there's a strong need for digital literacy support in Squamish via workshops, one-on-one technology assistance, and empowering users to access the wide array of digital resources that are made possible through our library. Currently, we offer a book a librarian service. We offer drop-in technology help on Fridays. That just became a thing back in December, and we see the uptake on that ever growing, so there's certainly a need. So this position would ensure that the library bridges this gap for our community, and it would also present new ways for us to expand and improve on what we're currently offering, as well as explore synergies with other players in the IT sector for potential future partnership initiatives. The concept is that the librarian will liaise with the district's IT department, so therefore directly supporting our library staff and reducing the level of reliance on the IT department that's currently required. Another aspect of this position would be staff training for library staff to ensure that they're confident and capable of providing tech services. This person would be troubleshooting and supporting our software and hardware. And essentially it would increase our capacity to do more in this realm and have a central point person who's an expert in this field to help move us along. This is a graph showing public computer sessions in blue. So we have our 9 public computers in the library, and then Wi-Fi usage in green. We did have Wi-Fi prior to 2015, but we didn't have a way to capture it. But essentially what this graph is showing you is that there's been a steady increase in usage of both and the importance of IT infrastructure and access as a core service to what we provide. The next request is increases to 2 of our standing lines, technology budget and training budget. So an increase to our current technology budget would allow us to keep pace with rising annual renewal costs, expand our current digital suite, and explore new possibilities for public technology initiatives such as wireless printing solutions. With the addition of a technology librarian position, it would also allow the library to be more equipped to deliver quality access and support to the digital world for our community. And That would bring the total budget that we would receive up to $10,000. So it's an increase of $2,800 over the current allocation. The second budget is our training budget for staff. And in response to the 2018 District of Squamish Employee Engagement Survey, we heard clearly that there's a need and a wish for an increase to the amount of professional development training opportunities. So an increase to this budget will enable library staff to undertake more professional development opportunities in the years to come, and to participate in some of the municipal training opportunities that come along, such as Hardwired for Leadership. That allocation has remained at $2,500 for more than 5 years, while training costs rise annually. The next request is for a future needs study to be undertaken in 2019 and 2020. It's broken into 2 phases. Phase 1 being a $20,000 request, and phase 2 for a $50,000 request. Undertaking this study will allow the library board to engage with experts in the library world to envision and design a successful physical library environment for our future. To address questions such as future space requirements, possible alternate service models, and the impact of emerging technologies and societal trends on library service delivery in space. This also relates to not just physical space and size and layout, but the programming itself that we would be undertaking within the facility itself, because of course programming informs layout and design. And recent community consultation, as well as the projections about the fast pace of growth and change in the next 20 years, indicate that our current building is inadequate and will not serve the future needs of the community. And as we grow, we need to not have just more space, but different spaces, meeting spaces, learning spaces, quiet spaces, also adequate technological infrastructure, and a design that enables staff to deliver outstanding service to the community. This final request relates to 2020, and it's the replacement of our public internet computers. The computers were last replaced in 2015, so this would provide new technology 5 years after they were last replaced. So that's it for requests, and I just put up one of my favorite quotes. My 2 favorite things in life are libraries and bicycles. They both move people forward without wasting anything. And I'd just like to highlight how libraries are among the most capable institutions of leveraging our funding to provide exceptional service and access to our communities. And with continued and enhanced financial support as our community grows and as our community increases its usage of the library, our library can grow alongside our community to meet their needs and exceed their expectations. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Grace.
Thank you, and it's more a question of staff. I was just trying to follow along in our budget documents with some of the requests, and I have some of the smaller ones, but I was looking for that 40,000 and change one. I think there was a slide about that, the technology.
For the technology librarian.
And I just didn't see that. 509. Oh, got it. Okay, thank you.
I can speak to that, Marilyn. As was discussed before, previous to the presentation around service level increases, the principle was to do an overall HR strategy. Recognizing the library has a separate strategy and a separate board, the position is below the line, but we recognize that it's a different board and a different discussion for council to have. So it can be a challenging position. We don't want to assert the library presentation, but we were just following our general principles for the budget process, and then we'll leave it to council to have that conversation with the library around that position. Similarly, the future needs study, I'll have Robin Arthur speak to it. My understanding was that we just shifted the work to a different place rather than saying no to it, but I'll let her discuss it.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Robin Arthurs, General Manager, Corporate Services. The $20,000 request for 2019, Mr. Plum made a presentation to the board on Wednesday last week, and we feel very strongly that that first part of the needs assessment can be rolled into the budget for 2019 we have with the real estate master planning and working with the same architect on space needs and what have you. The $50,000 as it's articulated there for architectural design and planning of facilities, we would expect that work to be done when we continue our work on the civic block, so that we would roll that into that budget. When Councillor Herford and I spoke with Hillary last night, there's some money that's in there that talks about programming needs, the actual programming based on growth, essentially, as opposed to space planning. It's actually the actual programming. So I would assume that there would still need to be an amount of money that has nothing to do with the hard facility, that would still be needed, necessary to plan for expanding programs, whatever that venue will look like down the road. Is that correct?
I think that $20,000 was definitely there for us to look at programs and function, because our feeling is that space needs will then follow from that. So we need to look at what's out there. What do we want to take from out there? We're going to have to get expert opinions on these things. So that'll take some money.
And if I may continue, so we, within our real estate, the budget for continuing the strategy, we did contemplate bringing the library along as well. So when we were talking about it, we felt it was a duplication.
Does the library?
I would just wonder what would be the mechanism for having getting access to that money?
It would not be access to the money, it would be the real estate manager utilizing the consultant that we have right now to work on the library space need that goes into the master plan for all of the municipal facilities.
But that's space needs,
That's
it's not
space
program
needs, and
needs.
that's how it was articulated though in the budget. It was space needs $20,000 and then the architectural design for $50,000 next year. So it may be a misarticulation at this point, but yesterday when we spoke with Hillary, it was indicated that for next year there would still be an assessment on programming requirements as they relate to growth.
And I think that essentially some of our budget was formed and submitted back in September, and in that time there's been some movement and changes.
Yeah.
But I support what David's saying as well, is that it's important to emphasize that we're looking at programming and the library expertise as opposed to simply just how big and where, though that is also very important.
So just so I'm clear, can that effectively be rolled up into our real estate facility strategy, or are you saying that you need this money separately?
It's a separate.
We don't want it to get lost.
Right, okay. About Councilor Fenway.
So every time I go to the library, I find myself thinking, there's such fantastic resources here, from the books, the computers, the iFlash, just a warm, so dry place to sit and think and learn. But it then often seems that, oh, it's closing, we have to leave now. And so I'm wondering why you're not asking for 2 or 3 more operating hours per day, as opposed to what you've asked for, adding some computers and so on.
Well, we increased it by 5 additional hours last year. So we're open 10 to 8, 4 days a week, and 10 to 5 or 10 to 4 the rest of the day. So 60 hours a week. And I think based on our size of community and what we heard from the community, I've not heard concerns that it's not enough hours at this point, besides maybe the 4 p.m. closure on Sundays. But I feel happy that since 2015 we've actually increased it by 10 hours. Before it was not even opening till noon. So at this point I'm now looking to if you amplify, if you open even more than that, it's not just a matter of opening the doors earlier, you're looking at additional staff members to a more extensive degree. What we've managed to do to date is increase those hours without adding on a huge amount of new FTE. So I'm not at this point feeling that we need to increase our hours beyond where we're at right now, at least for now, and then we continue to evaluate how that's going.
Councilor Rees.
Thank you. So back to this $20,000 in the space thing, because from my perspective, it's important that we get some feedback on space requirements soon. And when I say soon, I'm thinking this year. And so if it's a duplication, and we're kind of, at municipal hall going through the same exercise, and so I can understand that being a duplication or being able to be carried out together. But I think if that's not everything from your perspective, if there's a programming component to that which might not be covered, perhaps you could identify that for us, and we can deal with that separately, as opposed to kind of lumping it into the $20,000 if that's possible. I can understand staff's concern, we don't want to duplicate part of it, but if we're not covering it all, identify the portion that we might not be covering. We're not going to make final decisions today, so there's a good time to think about that component.
Okay.
I just want to touch on the strategic plan. I think it's really great the work that's gone into this, and it's a very cohesive document. It is a 2019 to 2023 though, and as I look through the priority initiatives, a lot of them have dates attached to them, and all those dates fall in 2019 and 2020. So thinking of this as the 5-year strategic plan that it is, was there conversation in your process of these are just things that need to get done now, and they all raise to that top 1 to 2 year priority, or was that just, it's always a challenge to know in those strategic planning processes, but what comes after 2020, or some of these, can some of these be elongated into that 5 year?
That is a discussion we had, and our feeling was that there are so many unknowns, and there's so much that we don't know about future planning in libraries, that we felt that as we went along, then things would roll out. That, we see there's a long plan. We're going to need a new library at some point. And there's a short plan. We've got to have a library, a technical librarian. In between, we felt that there was going to be a big educational process that the staff and the board would go through. We would bring in experts to tell us what they think the future is, and then we would be rolling out new programs. But we didn't want to roll anything out specifically before we'd had a real good discussion, and that's what we plan to have over the next year.
And essentially, it's an ambitious plan. It's a big plan, and we did speak at length, as David said, about whether dates should be included, whether we even itemize priority initiatives, or do we keep it more vague? And we felt that the board as well, that to hold the library to task, let's lay out like more, let's be like identifying some of those, what that looks like, as opposed to just this is our goal. But in a 5-year plan, this document can and will evolve. So my vision is that in a couple of years, we'll probably do, it will still be the same plan, but we'll be updating it to some degree to reflect where we're at in the plan and where we're going. So those priority initiatives can then reflect how far we've come, because we don't always know how and when things are going to actually come to be.
The board is meeting with Anna Rika on January the 30th. So I suspect that will sort of concentrate our thoughts to a large degree. At least it's going to give us some urgency, I think, to our moving things along.
Thanks. Any other questions, Council, before we finish off this discussion?
So my partner's an elementary school teacher here in town, and I know she leverages the library quite heavily to do her job. And so I'm wondering, the funding sources, I didn't see the school board mentioned. I'm just wondering if you can speak to how the school board is recently involved in the library at this point?
Financially specifically, or are you looking just in terms of?
In general and financially.
Oh, okay, so financially, we receive municipal funding, provincial funding, federal funding, and regional district funding. We're actually within the same, we're within the Ministry of Education provincially. The libraries branch sits in there with the rest of the education sector, K-12 sector. But in terms of our connection and our involvement with each other, it's more directly our children's librarian, engaging directly in the schools, inviting schools and visits from the local, especially elementary school classes. So it's really more at that level as opposed to school district to library. Having said that, a couple of years ago, their director of technology supported an initiative that we undertook to run some robotics classes after school for children, where they provided some of the technology and some of the expertise to run those programs because the equipment existed and wasn't being used during those hours, and it meant that we could then just give children more of an opportunity to delve into that realm. But on an ongoing basis, we don't have anything set up that automatically sort of provides this or that. Does that answer your question?
I'm probably going to go through more, just sort of reinforce a few points that I think are key here rather than having questions as the rep for the council on the library board. I was always enjoyed libraries, but I hadn't, until I was appointed to the library board, hadn't really dug into what that meant. And coming in at the end of their strategic planning process, I thought it was amazing, and some of those numbers really jumped out at me. This access to technology across sort of all income levels really speaks to a lot of the affordability that we've been working on addressing sort of through housing and all that sort of stuff. But as this accessing sort of life services seem to be going in that direction, I hadn't thought of that component, and those usage numbers were huge. And as I think about how the work that we're doing in other areas, I think that's an important piece of this. And that access to Wi-Fi kind of feeds into some tourism aspects as well. We've got all these people that come and they want to be able to spend, in a lot of cases, they're spending the summer here and working remotely and doing all these sorts of different things. And this is, and that usage again is skyrocketing. And I think there's a huge value overall to that. And that usage outpacing the growth, I think, comes into that affordability piece as well as there's other factors, maybe that home access to whether it's home computers and or internet access sort of gets bumped off the list and gets downloaded onto us and through the library. So that technology portion is huge, and I don't see the world getting lower tech as we go forward. Also the 5-year cycle for replacing one of the budget items there was a 5-year cycle for replacing the computers. Anyone that's worked with computers, especially ones that get used a lot by the public, 5 years is a long time in computer world. So I think this is all very well researched and documented, and it's about not leaving anyone behind, through the process, and we can. And there is the sort of working on some efficiencies there from a planning standpoint, and I think that the real estate master plan will be able to sort of augment that. But I agree with Councilor Race. There's definitely a portion there, and I have no idea how to apply percentage to that is for that programming plan, not just physical space. But I've been very impressed with David and Hillary and the rest of the board and their planning. So we supported all these initiatives, and hopefully we can figure out how that breaks down with the video stage portion. Yeah. That's all right.
Quickly, Councillor Anderson.
Really, it's a follow-up to Councillor Pettigill's question about the relationship between the school board, school district libraries, and the Squamish Public Library. I have an ongoing relationship with Quest students every year, and we utilize your library extensively, whether online or in person. My question is, do you note noteworthy changes in the relationship between these other institutions? Quest, Capilano University is another. How they use your library and how this might change in future. Is it something that you've noted in your explorations toward the strategic plan?
I think certainly we see the presence of Quest students in our library using it, especially for Squamish specific data when they're undertaking research relating to Squamish history or biology or what have you. Again, in terms of working together with those organizations, beyond just an awareness and a connection, we don't have anything set up. But we have over time noticed more and more of a presence and a reliance on our library by post-secondary students in general. That also relates to even the amount of exam invigilations we now offer in our library for remote students who are studying remotely and they need somewhere to write exams. So we are sort of everybody's library, and there is an increasing expectation because a lot of universities are offering distance education, that students are going to be able to access not just materials but Wi-Fi access and exam invigilation access and all of these things through their local library. And there does seem to be a large number of students within the Squamish region that are taking on that option as opposed to having to commute all the time.
One of the roles we foresaw for this technological librarian would be to go out and try to get some consensus in the community, not only from the other, the educational institutions, from the business world. What do we need in this community in terms of future technology? I think that is a conversation that needs to be had in the community, and we think that this librarian could be somebody who spearheads this.
Thank you. Last word to council, and now we're going to move on.
Sorry, I missed 2 points in my handwriting or my enthusiasm took over there. Blair, could you go to the regional context slide that has the comparison of librarians per capita? So on this one here struck me, and this is also a 2017 number. So if we're going per capita, our math's off here, and we're well below what's represented around us. And I think that struck me. That 17 number in West Bend seems the 22. There's population. When we break it down to per capita, we're well below. And what was the number if we added this position? Do you remember what the change was to the
0.15 would be the per 1,000, like that last.
Yeah, the 0.15.
Yeah.
So that would take us to 0.15. This isn't taking us over a threshold or over into uncharted territory with this ratio. I think that's important to look at, and that's based on the 2017 number. And I'm pretty sure if we rejig this for 2019, that number is just going in the wrong direction. And another point would be to the training costs being static for over 5 years, and the total training now, I think, ask us to bring the funding to 5.
Yeah.
Is still a ridiculously low number for the number of staff that we have there, and what's expected of them as far as being that front line access to technology in particular. So this is my last.
Thank you. So council will make decisions about the library acts in the context of the bigger budget, not right here, right now. But I want to thank you, Henry and David, for coming. It's great to see the final strategic plan. I was the council rep while the initial conversations happened. It's nice to see it final.
Blame it all on her.
I know you are a hub of creativity and innovation, and so thank you for coming in. And I think that piece around making sure council's clear about what's in your 20,000 ask, and if that can be incorporated into our work, like let's be really clear. So maybe that's conversation, just pursue that a little bit further outside of this meeting so that we're all on the same page about whether that does or does not meet your needs this year.
Okay.
Super. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. See you.
I think we're on special projects. Over to you, Ms. Linday, for on special projects.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. You'll see up on the screen and in front of you, Council, our summary of the special projects. $1.7 million. Funded by property tax this year is $865,000. However, the net impacts year over year is 0.9%. As mentioned, we keep a special project envelope that we try to achieve year over year so that the tax is smooth, and recognizing that we need special projects, but they may not necessarily be identified 5 years out, as an example. As Mr. Russell mentioned before, because this is the first year we're doing these categories, we don't have broken out year over year, just the overall number of 0.9% of tax revenue. So again, you'll see strategic plan projects, master plan projects being our largest amount, and then municipal services projects, which primarily are facilities maintenance, but then there's some other sections in there as well. So if there are no questions, where I would like to take council, just to give you an idea of, there were page 5 of 9, it's in section 6. There are many service level increase proposals and special project proposals that are not on the list in front of you that senior staff vetted out. What's left on this list are those things that we feel are important for council to see. Because it's so challenging, let's see, that's to go. To, as mentioned, balance priorities with responsible spending for council, is that there are projects we want to highlight that are still a priority, but perhaps not this year. In the case of the staff positions that you see, as mentioned, it's in anticipation of the HR strategy. We want to get that done first before we start changing staffing levels. We just want to highlight for council, I know staff as well want you to know that the thoughtfulness that goes into their budget, and that there are things that they are keeping top of mind, even though they recognize they can't do it this year, keeping the long view. You do have a 4-year term. Staff recognize that they can't do everything every year. So if you look at service level changes, I did want to point out, so number 1, and again, forgive us, the infrastructure is not the right category in terms of where it's going, but we're working on these categories, so bear with us. Manager of major facility projects. This is a key position that we haven't put in, again, in light of it, the HR workforce plan. But that said, as the master plan for the real estate facility strategy is completed, the service that's going to be required to lead that, we currently don't have the capacity or the in-house expertise. So we had originally put it in as a 0.25 for the year, so start someone in the fall and then annualize it into 2020. We've pushed it out. Ideally, we get the HR strategy in place and our budget in place to such an extent that we can, if this is deemed necessary, which we're confident it will be, that it will end up in the 2020 budget. But in terms of the strategic priority around shovel-ready or beyond projects with the real estate facilities master plan, this may somewhat affect the timing, although we feel that once the implementation plan is out, we work through prioritizing and financing that. It's not too off base as long as it is top of mind for you in terms of our ask for 2020. I won't go through all of them. I will point out, again, it's just increasing services and dealing with growth. But general managers have worked around how they can maintain service levels this year. There may be times with not increasing these staff this year, or this service this year, that things we will keep council updated on as we meet the strategic plan priorities, as we meet the master plan priorities, what is coming off, what is not getting done. I'm working very hard with staff to ensure that their work is focused, which is why our new strategic plan and master plans are so exciting. Technology librarian, as mentioned, is number 5 in here, and that was just to frame the conversation, understanding that the library will have a separate ask. And the parking enforcement officer, again, that was just to provide more service for parking enforcement. So without putting this position in, the current parking enforcement service will remain the same. In terms of special projects, which is the second section down, again, number 1, library future needs study. We just discussed that, and we'll go back with the library and discuss what is the true number that they need to make sure that their needs are met, and we can meet the rest of them with the real estate strategy. Number 2 is important. First of all, so this is the climate change staff grant is the title. The number 168,000 is actually the number for a 2-year project. So that should be in half. The reason it's that number is because in the budget sheet, we went after the 2-year project because that's the length of the grant. And you'll see that the other funding at 110 is the grant, but unfortunately we weren't successful in attaining that grant. If we were to hire and fund that person, or that staff member on our own, we estimate that this year the net tax would be about $45,000, not $58,000. And then next year, if that person worked through 2020, depending on how that project was going, it would be upwards of $90,000, rather intuitive, times it by 2. The reason we're highlighting this for you is that this puts at risk your strategic priority of getting the community climate energy plan done by December 2019. It will push it out likely a year. If we were to hire this person, we are confident we could get it done by March 2020.
This is a contracted position, not a permanent.
It would be a contracted position, yes.
But given that, you just said it would be $90K for 2020. If it was completed by March 2020, would we still need that whole 90?
It would depend on the amount, like the next steps in that, whether it included implementation, if there was a greater scope coming out of the plan. So theoretically, if we just did the plan and we were certain about March 2020, which is what I understand is the case, then no, it would be 30,000 or 25. But we would have to also factor in, and it might be a different budget conversation next year around, okay, now that we have that plan, what does it look like moving forward in terms of the rest of the strategic priorities? And can we do that within current resources based on that workforce plan?
Because if you think about it, our biggest GHGs will be from the built environment and transportation. So then we have to think about how we use what we have to influence those things, which may not be staff component, maybe other things, but I get where you're coming from. Okay, thank you.
Business continuity plan is something that we see as a continuing priority, and this, all of these things, and that's why they're listed. There were more than 10, of course, that came out, but that we see as major priorities, so we're not letting them slide. We're keeping them top of mind for our next budget iteration, so that you know that we're turning our minds to business continuity, and certainly within our current resources, different departments have different levels of business continuity and redundancy. Seismic assessment of dikes, this was just, I believe, reduced. There is still an amount in the special projects for seismic assessment of dikes. We're just reducing the scope, so the period of time over which we'll get that data will be longer.
That doesn't impact our current grant or the current work on the jet ski.
It does not.
It would not impact our ability to get further grants for our dike.
As far as I believe, no, because we talked to our engineers about it. Yeah. This is more of an inventory versus this specific project.
Dr. Buxton?
Sorry, Gary Buxton, General Manager. That's work is, I hesitate to say directed by the Inspector of Dikes, but it's verging on a legislative requirement.
Yeah, so again, we've reduced the scope, we haven't eliminated the work. So we've reduced it to what, 240 would be ideal. We're down to 100 at this point. Similar, Mamquam Blind Channel dredge maintenance and funding, again, we recognize this is extraordinarily important. It's top of mind, but we can't do it all this year, essentially. And we do have a service level increase to maintain our marine action strategy work, which again will keep this as a priority down the road. There are a couple of HR projects, 7 and 10. Again, priorities, but not this year. Course certification for work-safe compensation is quite a large process. And we have a lot of work we can do within our current HR with OH&S at this time to get us further along without having to go through the true course certification at this time. It will result in savings, but again, it was something we felt we would do once we had that department up and running again.
Can you speak to the benchmarking program implementation?
Yes.
Is this the CLIMB program?
It is, and what we've done is we took this out. We have a $25,000 ask in special projects this year for OCP monitoring. And so in terms of benchmarking and monitoring our indicators for the organization, we're pivoting to that and dovetailing with the open data project with economic development. The CLIMB program, we're wrapping up the original consulting budget we had last year with our consultant and working to run it internally at this time. Yeah.
What is the plan?
It is coming to council for an orientation session very soon. It's an acronym for Continuous Learning Improvement Benchmarking Program. And it's a program that was built from the ground up by our employees and being maintained and led by our employees around shifting our culture to a continuous learning model and culture, and then shifting us into embracing benchmarking in our culture. So we're looking forward to bringing you an orientation on that. We've just finished our first year cycle of it, and it's pretty exciting.
A couple of questions. Firstly, on the boundary extension, as I recall, the last council approved an RFP for a consultant project on boundary extension. What is the status of that?
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Through the chair, we finished the RFP, we received the proposals, and each of them, proponents have been contacted to say it's on hold right now.
I see. Thank you.
Anything further?
Yes, my other question is regarding the Mamquam Blind dredging. So over the last year in particular, there's been a lot of dialogue among a long list of stakeholders. I made a list here. I've got about 12 different types of agencies that have been involved, and it has been prompted really by the erosion situation at the mouth of the Squamish. It has worsened. Lost infrastructure of the Squamish Nation land, and a road is going to be lost too. The last dredging was done, significant dredging was done in 1986. So all of us that have been involved in the dialogue do recognize that this is an ongoing major challenge. It's not easy to take on with the loss of our status as a federally administered harbor more than 20 years ago now. But my concern and my concern is that we're going to lose momentum. This is new dialogue among a number of stakeholders and all on board to make progress. And I mentioned 1986 also for the reason that at that time the Chamber of Commerce played a role in leading the grant application and bringing everybody together, so that if we lose momentum, we might lose the opportunity of having different people step forward with resources and solutions, if you like. And I note the Squamish Nation here, because the Squamish Nation has had their own dialogues with Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which they've shared with the rest of us, that is us, many people in the harbour. And they've really made some breakthroughs in getting the attention of DFO on project planning and on maybe potential monies available. So you mentioned, to finish up, the Marine Action Strategy, Ms. Glenday, but I just wanted to be clear on how you referred to that. I didn't quite hear you clearly. My question is, how do we keep momentum? Because we do have an erosion situation, more material is entering the harbor, it does have economic development implications as well as habitat restoration needs too at the mouth of the storms.
And I might add to that, are there grants, funding opportunities that we could partner with others to achieve options?
Mary Ellen, first I'll answer the first question around the Marine Action Strategy, and there is a service level increase request of $3,000 per year to help fund that, and coinciding with that would be dedicating a staff member to lead that in our planning department. In terms of the Malcolm Blind Channel dredging and other funders, I did make a note of that. I don't know, Gary, if you can speak to that at this time, but certainly we can take that away and look at, are there other ways to fund this with other agencies or even private landowners that have a stake in it?
For those of us that have been involved in these discussions over the past year, it's to us like a Siamese quintuplet. We all have to move together. The habitat restoration interests, the land protection interests, and the harbor maintenance. And so the observation has all along been made, we really do need the district to be a part of our dialogue. The funding is another matter, but certainly the dialogue.
So staff are going to look into the dialogue that is taking place and see if there's other mechanisms to fund this piece of work.
Correct.
Thank you for that. Any other questions on these projects, both the positions or the projects? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. There is one thing I forgot to mention, is that an interesting situation happened. So in last year's budget, we talked about land development and compliance officer for the planning and engineering department to oversee the sort of legislative requirements of that area and work closely with legislative services, because there were definitely gaps there and a lot of mistakes happening, and the risk to the organization in terms of putting bylaws through without proper process is pretty high. It was approved under the caveat that a workforce strategy be completed. The workforce strategy that we started back then was not robust enough for us to inform our future staffing. So that was in last year's budget and somehow didn't end up in it. So if we were to actually do that this year, once the workforce strategy was complete, it would be considered a service level increase again, just based on our financial process where it fell out of the budget.
But it's not annualized anywhere in this
It's not annualized in this budget.
Thank you. Councilman, yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand how we're prioritizing things and so on. And so when I see climate change staff grant as number 2 on projects excluded, I guess I'm wondering, why anything that's part of the strategic plan isn't automatically top line, always the top line, just because it's in the strategic plan, and as a council, you know, presumably we've said these are absolutely the most important things. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
Definitely. We did try to balance strategic priorities with master plans. The criteria we use are strategic plan, master plans, risk and safety, and legislative requirements. Something like this we wanted to highlight because we didn't get the grant, and to provide that plan, so that's a strategic priority that would occur but more slowly unless you wanted to bring it above the line. So it's around prioritizing within the priorities, I guess, in terms of the strategic plan.
And part of the first year budget process that is challenging for a new council is that the previous council committed you to things that you might not necessarily have agreed to, and so next year it's completely our budget. We see our decisions getting annualized and that sort of thing. This year we've got to work with the fact that our council also created some of these service level changes and some of these annualized costs that we are now committed to. So that influences as well. This one's not entirely our budget. Now, would I argue that we put that one above the line? Absolutely, yeah. Councilor President.
And so you, Ms. Glenda have both touched on a term I wanted to confirm. So above and below the line, I take it that means in or out of this year's budget.
Yes. Should have made that clear. Above the line, it's already in the numbers, what you're seeing up there. Below the line means it's not there, and if you want it in, we're going to have to get it there.
And Mayor Elliott, if I could add to that as well, it's with no disrespect that we put any of your strategic priorities below the line. This year, we aimed very hard to get service level increases as low as possible, which is why a lot of, like every staff member that had any kind of tax impact was pulled out. The exception is that the solid waste employee that council discussed before, the 3/4 is still in the budget.
On that note, where does the planning policy development support fit in to that in between? I see it's partly a backfill position, there's some money in there for community outreach, but just curious where the line gets drawn there.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that question.
So with respect to what you were just saying in terms of where FTEs or staffing pieces got pulled out.
Yes.
Just curious where that line is. So I'm looking at line item 5 under the special operating projects on page 4, which is planning and policy development support. And part of that is a backfill position.
That's right.
And so I'm just curious where that line gets drawn with regards to in or out.
Mayor Elliott, through you, the line gets drawn if it's a temporary under, like a project-based position, which I suppose you could argue is this community grant position, or sorry, the climate change staff grant position. So yeah, the policy one is around the moving the policy forward, recognizing the 2 sub-area plans that need to happen. The climate change one, again, was just around timing, how quickly you wanted that particular priority. That's a good point, though, that it is considered temporary. The climate change grant employee position is considered temporary?
Yes.
So, fair point, thank you.
Questions, Council? Can we go on to anything now? Like, do you have more, or can we just attack the projects?
Over to you.
Trouble now.
Except for you, Councilor Anderson. Okay, so maybe let's go big picture again. After today, what is the budget process? I mean, are we trying to get this as close to final today as we can by 4:30?
Yes, Mayor Elliott, our vision for today and then next Tuesday would be, those items of discussion. So, sort of below the line that council would like to prioritize, the library discussion, anything you want us to take away and add or remove, but ultimately, that you endorse essentially the numbers where we landed in terms of increasing tax revenue, prioritizing projects, and then come back next week and wrap it in a bow, ideally.
Well, and obviously with the, you usually do a public meeting, so
Right,
we
there's
want to
that.
get it to a state where you're comfortable going out with it to the public and saying, you know, here's where we're landing right now, let's get some feedback.
Okay, so council, it's really easy to get like way down into details here and start talking about things that are $10,000, $5,000. But let's take it back up to the summary sheets that, to start with, that staff provided. And broadly, are we in the right range in terms of the impact on our tax revenue ask? This doesn't equate to tax increase, it's tax revenue ask. And then, if not, where are those areas that you might want to focus if you'd like to see it go higher or lower? So maybe comment on the big picture before we jump into the little picture, which can get very specific. So I'll start with Council Race, and people just raise your hands and I'll show you on the list.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back to the capital and the decrease in the capital budget over last year, down approximately $200,000. And over the past few years, consistent with our long-term financial plan, we've been trying to increase the contributions to capital each year out of the operating budget. And this, of course, goes the other way. And I just wonder where we are with that, because I've always sort of thought we hadn't met the goals of the long-term financial plan yet. And so this seems to be taking a step back. And I can understand why we're taking a step back. It's to temper some of the other increases in special projects, et cetera, without having a revenue increase that's unpalatable. Could you comment on that?
I certainly can. I think that we are still making reserve contributions in the background. So yes, ideally I would like to get, I think my aspirations for about a $3 to $4 million overall contribution to capital. I think just like everything else that we're doing with this budget, we're taking a sober second thought, seeing if the $1 million contribution, we didn't end up drawing that much from reserve this year, and bearing in mind that we still have some of the more capital nature type projects there, they're just hiding in the special projects right now. So we kind of came out even. So very much we're taking this budget as a chance to breathe, relook at things, try and stabilize and come in as close to the same as we can. And we took that same reflection on capital. I'm not going to lie, if council wanted to increase their ask and put in an additional contribution to capital, I will take it. We certainly, our master plans do indicate that there's several areas where, and I think when the new asset management plan comes through, we'll find that probably our annual contributions to capital do need to rise. But I don't feel we're in a dangerous scenario in the general fund. I think we're starting to cap out. We're getting a good, pretty well $1 million a year going back into capital reserve.
Are we creating a parking lot? Already, are we sort of following that process of things we might come back to?
I have a book here that I can keep track of if there's anything council would like to bring
We've
back
already
to
got
the
the
session.
library one on that list.
Yeah. So the other one, if we could add to that for further discussion, is the paving contract, which is $200,000, which is significant. But I just didn't want to let that one go without perhaps more discussion at the end of the day. And my final question before I stop talking is, could you, if we added up all of the tax increases on the various slides, and we didn't touch them, where would that end up? Not tax increases, revenue.
All-in change was 6%, and then we look with the assumption that we would have that growth component. I think it came back down to 3.1. Let me just check. I think I put that
3.1.
Estimate impact.
That's net. That's
That's
net of that
what we
2
know
point
today.
whatever it
That
was.
would be our estimated impact. So, sorry, I did put the numbers in here, but. Oh, I know where it is. Sorry, bear with me. I believe it was 6 and 3.1. It was still
I just
changing
never-
as of this morning, so please
Yeah,
bear.
I just don't recall seeing a total.
Mhm.
And I
No, we
haven't
didn't,
frankly
we
done the math
didn't,
for the individual sides.
basically, we can add it up quick enough anyway, just to verify my numbers. 4.9 is 2.1, and 1.1 is 3.2 net.
3.2%.
But that assumes the growth. I believe it was
2.8.
just under 6 all in.
Yeah, less than 2.8. Huh.
I can tell by your tone.
But bearing in mind, that's with the growth assumed in.
I got it.
Whereas, yeah. And I do need to
Well, you should
caution
finish that
council.
sentence for the rest of council.
So, and I want to caution council, we can look at revenue all day, and when we run it through our tax models, it will bring out different statistical information around average households, et cetera, because market value changes that base number, and we'll talk a lot about statistics and where they're helpful and where they're maybe not when we get to taxation. But it really is, we have several classes that are capped, and so when those cappings happen, if your budget goes up higher, then some of that capped overspill has to go back on residential, and so it really matters where you land, how badly that impacts average homeowner.
Well, I just have to say, I understand that part of it. But just to start off, our revenue ask at somewhere around 3 to 3.5% on day one is actually quite remarkable.
We worked pretty hard at
Remarkably
it.
low.
Our CAO has been very engaged, and that's been super helpful. And we were concerned, I'm not going to lie, about our existing service level coming in where it did, with some of the pressures of benefits, et cetera. So we wanted to make sure we brought something to council that was supportable, and it is your first term. We let you get your feet under you if we can. And
Well, I've got a line item and I'll hold on to that.
Okay, so we're still at the big picture. Councilor Gill, and then Councilor Burford, I think I saw your hand. Yeah.
Can I focus on one line item just to understand some process and background, and not worry about the specific line item per se?
Sure.
Okay, so there's artificial turf field major maintenance at 27,000. And this maybe speaks to asset management and where we are, where we're headed to. My recollection about the turf field was, at the time, there was the capital cost, and I thought the sort of maintenance expenditures were mapped out over a 10-year period. And thinking back to my Concord experience with something like this, the general operating costs would be sort of assumed, so there wouldn't be a year-over-year service level increase. A big sort of $27,000 thing, you would deal with that with the reserve, so it would show up in your operating budget. And so, is this here because we're just not there yet on our asset management, or we don't plan to get there, or I'm just wondering why that sort of number is showing up here.
Thank you, Mary. I don't know why I'm having trouble. Mary Elliott? Mary R. Elliott? Christine Mathews can speak.
I think one of the things we'll just point out for you too is sometimes the service level changes are to increase service. It doesn't mean that we don't have some maintenance going on of our turf fields. That's in our operational budgets already. But with growth and extra pressure on fields, they take more wear and tear, and as the fields and infrastructure get older, they take more wear and tear, so sometimes we do request service level changes to continue to increase that level. I hope that answered the question.
So this sort of represents a general, our initial estimate of the annual operating cost was maybe a bit low, and we're kind of adjusting that this year.
Or more stress on the fields and more reasons to.
It's a one-time cost. They're going to go in and refurbish the field to attempt to maintain the asset management, the long-term asset management plan's timing. So this is advanced a few years from what they originally anticipated. I believe that they thought that they'd get another two years before this had to be done. They just brought it forward.
Okay.
It's a one-time thing. It's not a long.
Great, thanks, Sherry. I thought it was on the service level change.
Yeah. And can someone tell me kind of about where we're sitting right now in terms of this overall revenue ask?
Yeah, so the one thing that I'm trying to wrap my head around, I guess for me, the highest priority isn't necessarily what percentage we're within in terms of service level and capital this year compared to last. It's more understanding, because of our strategic plan, because of what's in the OCP, we're putting 10% more focus on equity, on climate change, on affordable housing, and 30% less focus on recreation, sort of at a high level. And those changes are then reflected in the line items here, but big picture, that's kind of the shift we're seeing in our spending. And I'm wondering, this may be just, Council hadn't asked for this before, or the system change. I'm just wondering if you have any way to get at that at this point.
Mayor Elliott, we have not got that data at this time in terms of 10% more here, 30% less there. It's this year more driven by, here are the action items coming out of each of the plans, including strategy. Here are the action items that meet risk, and prioritizing those. And truly, at this point, it wasn't based on we're going to spend 10% more here and 30% less there. It was more of an anecdotal, or not even anecdotal, but essentially prioritizing, and then where's the affordability, palatability, which frankly does get a bit arbitrary in terms of we're looking at making sure the numbers are palatable in terms of the citizen spend and council's appetite given your first year and recognizing your bridging of previous strategy. So it's really digging into those, like what are the major priorities? What's the most responsible choice here at the same time as meeting council's strategic plan, keeping in mind we have a lot of municipal services and infrastructure that we have to maintain, as you know. I'm not sure if that answered your question in its entirety.
Councilor Hurford.
Thank you. My question, I like the brief synopsis of each piece, and there's a lot of great information there. It really helped me feel comfortable with each of the line items. But what I found was interesting is we get to, that goes down to 39, which covers us through. And then we've got the top 10 sort of asked, or that was left out, that didn't have the same treatment. And I find I'm having a hard time sort of adding my own take to that because I don't have the same detail. I have the detail to the ones that are being proposed to be in, and the ones just below that that line are receiving the same treatment, and thus I can't have a hard time giving them the same how to weigh those. So I believe there's at least 20 items here that should have a further discussion so that we can figure out what's there. And as I went through this, it is a daunting task to think, what are we, yes, this is in, of course, and what are we leaving behind? Or these ones that we're considering leaving behind, not having all the information, or any information really on them besides the brief.
Mayor Elliott, we do have the information similar to the other sheets. It just wasn't appended, so our apologies. We'll have that prepared for you.
Today?
We can, what do you think?
Pretty quick.
Okay. That's a very
say
loaded
today,
question.
I'm going, I don't know how long this meeting's going to take. So that being said, we should be able to prepare a document that we can share with you later today. I think would be a reasonable statement.
So yes, some of our conversations then for above and below the line might be somewhat hypothetical, but staff do have quite a bit of knowledge in their heads about what these represent.
Oh yeah,
but I agree, it'd be helpful to have. Any other questions? Are you comfortable generally where this revenue ask is? Do you have a comfort for it to go higher, lower? I'm just trying to gauge the temperature of council. This is a new council. I got used to my previous council members and where they might go, but you guys aren't new, so I'm just trying to get a sense.
You know where I am.
I know where I heard that from your place.
I'm trying to figure out the impact on if we try to bring things above. I don't know. I think we're close as far as the overall percentage. I see
Okay.
You see it's the one I think we're close as far as the overall, but I don't know what we can move on, you know, if we're at something on, then something off, right? We're close.
All right.
Can I ask a clarifying question about when we decide to move pieces from, or when we decide to pull funding from accumulated surplus, and which projects get funded through that avenue?
The Doug Ray School.
Gets such a bad rap.
I know staff will answer that for you, and if we're going to go into the line items, you can look at where they're funded from.
Yeah.
And reserves or provisions, they don't impact tax, but
The other
I'll let
piece-
staff answer.
The other piece
what
that I'll
you
put
need.
in there is I think generally I feel relatively comfortable with the direction this is going. I'm still having a bit of a challenge understanding with respect to particularly with the master plan projects, and there's obviously a lot of planning that's gone into those, where this is leaving us in achieving those plans. So for each of those, are we meeting the targets as they set out, or have we pulled back a little bit on what those master plans say we need to be achieving? And I'm having a hard time reconciling those two, in part because I don't know all the master plans in detail. So a little bit of direction there.
So start with accumulated surplus.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Elliott. So generally, you'll see accumulated surplus when we're carrying a project forward, so the tax base has already funded the project and we're carrying it. You will see it from time to time. We did incorporate it and use it for fleet replacement this time, for any fleet that exceeded what we were currently holding in the reserve to replace that vehicle. The other place that we've used it was like the CN rail crossing. There is a risk that we won't get funding from another agency in order to match and do those projects. Where we have a risk like that, we don't want to go out and tax again and then have that money sitting dormant if we don't get the grant, so we'll look to use it in those cases. We'll use it to stabilize, so if there's a major capital project that's really unusual or outside the scope, then we would consider using it there. Wherever we can try and stabilize taxation, we'll look to do that.
And so with this budget for 2019, are we anticipating that some of that will get carried over as accumulated surplus for 2020?
You will see when it's all finally done and we're going to bylaw, we will include a number of other capital projects and special projects that you're not seeing here that are in stream. They will all, I shouldn't say all, but any that were previously funded from taxation will all also be coming from accumulated surplus. Yeah.
And then the question about the master plans.
Yep, the master plans, the paving is a good example of where we're actually falling behind, not keeping up with recommended maintenance. And the others were what engineering refers to as holding our own. So we're doing the minimum. We're at risk of falling behind depending on if we can keep up with that minimum of what's required. The flood protection is an example. Diking, we use Community Works Fund to fund that, but the whole community isn't resilient yet in terms of flood protection, but we're chunking it away at a minimum level.
Thank you to Mayor Elliott. We understand that we run a lot of businesses under one roof. They all have master plans, which are the right thing to do, and we're continually prioritizing those. When you take all 20 some odd of them and start to prioritize them, invariably there will be some that get more attention than others each year. That sadly is, we're just not big enough yet to be able to carry the load of every master plan to its ideal. So when we send them off to do their master plans, they don't have that context of the bigger picture and everything else that's trying to work around them.
Right, there's a few councillors I haven't heard from yet about generally, are we in the ballpark with the revenue ask at this point? As I understand, Councillor French.
I'm mostly going on faith and the expertise of staff, because in my brain, we're going backwards. I want to start from impact on our taxpayers and work it from there. Clearly, this process doesn't go that way. But what I see so far, I'm comfortable with.
Does staff want to comment on why we can't do it that way?
Mary, first off, I think, to be fair, we do always watch how that impact might be. It's just not a perfect science for sure, and we just try to keep the discussion around percentages out. Also, we have found some fairly good swings between our completed roll and our revised roll, and we are in a period of rapid growth. So the metrics on that sometimes are hard for us to define back in December. Where if we were in a more steady state and could predict better in other places I've been, we've been able to predict more more clearly earlier. It's just what it is. We don't get all the metrics and the information. A prime example would just even be the port information. We don't get some of the improvement information we need for the port in time to even know how they'll be assessed versus everyone else. And again, because they're a capped rate, they play into how others are impacted.
Councillor Anderson on the big picture.
I'm relatively satisfied with the big picture. Where my interest is our priorities, allocation of priorities. So for the time being, I'm fine with the big picture.
Okay, Councillor Swain.
Just after the feedback that staff gave with regards to the master plan, I would say I'm a little bit uneasy about the decrease in the capital plan expenditures.
All right. So generally, council's feeling comfortable where we are at, except maybe Councilor Payne, going to throw a spanner in the summary there.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I'm not quite sure yet that what I think we've discussed in our strategic plan is reflected here. I would look personally to see that stand out and be a bit more obvious looking at these numbers. And I'm not settled on whether that would be then pulling back in other areas or increasing the impact to the taxpayer. I'm not necessarily personally averse to that kind of impact. In some circumstances, recognizing we are an incredibly privileged community, and to a degree where an increase flows back to those who are struggling the most in terms of services and so on. So there's a big equity piece there. In that case, it might be justified. And so, I am concerned. I feel like at this point our focus is on keeping the final revenue number comparable to last year. I'm not sure that for me personally is the priority.
Mary Elliott, may I just, I think that staff share Mr. Pettingill's concern. We are just in the process of rolling out our strategic plan, and I think staff want an opportunity also to have that sober second thought, look at whether we need to reprioritize people's work plans that are here now, existing staff, where we might need to beef up and not beef up. That's part of the HR strategy. So I think we're just asking for this year to take a moment, make sure we can reposition ourselves, and then hit it hard for May and June when we start building the budgets for the next year. Hopefully, I don't think there's any thought that we're not still addressing your strategic plan and just reprioritizing work.
Yeah, it's interesting because we talked to some councils and they got no input on their budget. It was dialed. They came into office, they approved it, and their plan starts this year, and they'll be able to influence next year's budget. So we've actually been fortunate that we can see some of our strategic plan already influencing this budget, because that's not how all communities operate. We would have just adopted the plan set by the previous council.
Mayor Elliott, I just wanted to clarify some semantics. Hit it hard in the spring means just hit your strategic plan hard, not hit the numbers hard and grow it exponentially.
Yes. Yes, exactly that.
That's an important clarification.
Yeah. We hit the budget process and start revamping.
Okay, so then, so council generally, if you're comfortable where things are sitting, if you want to take something above the line, you might also be looking at then feedback to council where you might want to take that something else off. And it's a matter of priorities, and there's a give and take, and we try and get to a consensus document. But if we just put things above the line without taking off, then staff will come back next week and it'll say 6%, not 3.2%. So that's the hard part, because we want to provide services to our community, but we certainly can't do it all without growing the budget. So with that in mind, till 3 o'clock, then we'll take a recess, give everyone a bit of a break. We'll open up the floor to specific questions. And I've got Councillor French and I've got Councillor Race on my list already.
For line items?
For line items. And Eric, if you've got a lot, I see your red pen there. I'll limit you to 3 at a time and then we'll jump back and forth. Is your hand up?
I just wondered whether we might perhaps break it down to special projects, capital plan, and service level changes. Would that be? Sure, I've got questions in each category.
Let's start with capital.
Capital.
All right, let's start with capital plan. Are you capital?
Doesn't fall under capital, so I actually would like to ask about it.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Because it doesn't show up anywhere.
Oh, okay. So let's start with capital plan, and I'll keep you on the front part of the list. Councilor French, you can answer your question. So Councilor French, then Race, then Anderson. Okay.
Okay, so even though I suspect it doesn't have anything to do with capital plan.
Let's get it out there, and then we know when we can raise it.
Where are we at with hiring a consultant around discussions with wood fiber LNG and taxation?
Mayor Elliott, based on last direction from council, I'm reaching back out to the consultant. I haven't yet been able to confirm their availability. And I believe the idea was that rather than have wood fiber pay for that study, that we would pay for it from our own budget so we could manage the process entirely without their constraints in terms of what we would.
So is it in here?
Yes.
So it will be. It's right now on deck as a carry forward project. Past year it probably would have shown as a project with a donation. So we would probably, this would be one of those times when we would use accumulated surplus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good. All right, Councilor Race.
Thank you. So in the capital plan, number 11, Brennan Park upgrade and expansion, I just wanted to make sure I understood what I was seeing. That looks to me like the building that we almost got, we're going to apply for the grant for, that's in, and it's not in?
So for clarity, it's still in at the higher grant level. We would need to revise that down for what the application's going in for now. So right now it's reflecting the full active and wellness center. But last time council met, I believe you redesigned that application based on feedback back from the grantors. And we just have not had an opportunity yet to take that item down to the new levels. So it's in, but it'll be lower than what's reflected on this sheet.
So what's in here? Because this shows part of the funding is 1.27 million from a grant, which my recollection is that's the grant towards the reno of the auditorium area and surrounding area. That's the one we're applying for.
I believe you're just seeing the first year though of funding. Right, it'd be a more than 1 year grant.
There's some errors in that line. And so the numbers that should be reflected in there is the 524, which is the 524,000, which is the amount of the district contribution for the renovation component that council approved a couple of weeks ago. And the amounts reflected there are for the Arts and Wellness Center, which should now be removed and are being considered in the real estate facility strategy.
So it would be 524 from debt? Is that we would fund it
from borrowing, is what we've approved.
So we just haven't updated
Okay, so
the new plan.
So what I was going to suggest is that we consider doing that other building as well. And I know that's a stretch, and I kind of like that building though, and even though we don't have much of a chance for a grant, I would like to consider putting it back in the budget, funded by borrowing. And that's a stretch. I don't even have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but if there was other council support, councilor support, what I would suggest is, I wouldn't expect staff to make a decision on that right at the moment, is staff looking at what the financial impact of that might be on borrowing and all the other impacts, and coming back to us with that. But it kind of, that particular project for me ticked off a lot of boxes, multi-different users and programming and needs and so forth around that. And so, so I'd hate to just kind of lose it because we're not going to get that grant. So I thought it might have been in there. That's why I was a little confused by those numbers, but it's not. It shouldn't be. But I would like, if there was other council support, to ask staff to just give us some thoughts what the impact might be. Ask staff to do that and come back to us before we make final budget decisions.
So I might ask you, Ms. Lundy, to comment on the fact that our real estate facility strategy hasn't come before council, and we're in budget, and there's obviously some line items here around some of those buildings that we know are going to be high priority. But how are we dealing with that through this budget? Then we'll see the strategy, and then next budget. Because I take Council Race's point, but maybe that's for next year's budget discussion once we see the strategy as a whole, because we might see other priorities that we need that depth on. So maybe just speak to how you put these numbers in relation to us not seeing the strategy.
So, Mayor, like two things. One, I was just looking for clarity. Is Councillor Race asking that the auditorium reno, the much smaller scope project, is budgeted for even if we don't get the grant, as opposed to the larger one which you're seeing here?
Councillor Race is saying, let's do the auditorium one based on the grant, and let's budget for the Arts and Wellness Center.
Okay, so with that clarity then, staff, I know we would recommend that we wait for the real estate facilities master plan. We, based on what we know so far, believe that the fire hall and public works are going to rise to the top, which is why we're putting them in now. And maybe Robin wants to speak to that in more detail, but as you heard, we're going to get that implementation plan by the end of March. And it's looking like these are the ones that are prioritized, which is why they're in.
We lifted this project because of the opportunity for grant and because often recreation facilities, those grants don't come around as often. So we made a conscious choice as staff to bring that forward to you, even though we felt it was possibly out of sequence with what the real estate strategy would bring back.
Sorry, you're talking about the big one or the little one?
The big one.
The big one.
Now, for clarity is, because we put in the application for the smaller one, right? So.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to lose that. I didn't want to mislead anybody. That's an opportunity with $37, so I don't want to lose that opportunity. But, there's the one that we had on the table and then took off the table that I was thinking about. But I take the point, there are other priorities, and I guess maybe that is the best way to go. It just seemed to me that, and I know it's a stretch, and it's such a neat project, and I just kind of hated to lose it. It was neat in a whole bunch of different levels. So,
if I may, through the mayor, also please bear in mind that to do a project of that scale without the grant funding would have significant tax impacts at borrowing output, and you might need to consider a referendum even for a major facility like that. You might want to consider that.
All right. Is that your question on capital?
yeah, that's for capital.
Okay. On capital in the second.
The questions I have are more in the nature of the project description. First of all, the council chambers camera upgrades. I'm looking at the rationale that we want to follow through on the mandate for open and transparent government. The emphasis in the project proposal here is on camera and people watching live from elsewhere. I'd like to make the observation that we should also consider open and transparent government here in council chambers. And in my view, and in many people who attend council meetings, the acoustics in this room are poor, especially with staff presenting to council and audience behind that cannot hear very well. So I just wanted to have that point registered on record here in case staff may be able to pursue technical solutions or adjustments that could address this. And I'm told by people working in the school district that some of the solutions are quite cost-friendly, if you like.
We got budget for microphones?
If you want to respond, I can respond. So, Councillor Anderson's correct. Cameras is what we were just calling it, but it's our, everything in here is due to be replaced. There, some of the equipment is older. It's the microphones on the table. It's the speakers, because we know we have sound issues. You can't hear from the back audience. We have problems with the ceiling mics, so we don't use them. There's all kinds of different things. As well, there's components that for our off-site meetings, because we know we have problems there as well. So there's equipment to make it so we have a complete replication, because we have to currently stop our council meetings to gather up our equipment and leave so that we can stream and do whatnot. So we're just making sure we have a duplicate off-site ability as well, you know, we have sound problems at the senior center, or the 55, excuse me, the 55. That sound is terrible when we stream, and we get feedback from like Ms. Moore or her staff who are listening during those meetings that something's wrong with the sound or that's echoey. It's
So
to
it
take
includes
care
everything.
It's everything. It's our whole suite of equipment that we're looking at, what needs to be replaced and how it all fits together.
Thank you.
Any others on the capital plan?
Yes, just
You get 3.
a brief point. I'll only need 2 this time.
This time, he says.
In number 6, CN rail crossing safety improvements, I just wanted to draw to staff's attention that in the list of CN rail crossings to be addressed, and I'm looking at the original RFP to the consultant where there's a handy list, there's one missing. It happens to be on Squamish Nation land, so I think we should be mindful of that and just be clear as to why it is not on the list. I have asked CN some time ago, because this project goes back 2 or 3 years now, and I didn't receive an answer back, but Site B at mile 36.8, I think it is missing on the list. And
Do we have any jurisdiction over that, staff?
My guess is not, no. So that's probably why it's not on the list. I'll confirm that.
I should think that with the increasing activity there and the safety issues for trucking, that we should be clear on why, just in case we were asked by the stakeholders involved at that site, including Squamish Nation.
All right, Jerry will follow up on that. Thank you, Mr. Vice. Okay. You're good, Eric?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilor
Something jumped out of me here was there's at least 4 items that relate to Brennan Park, and with how much, with the master plan coming forward as far as what our plans are there, I just wonder if, I'm assuming that we got in this position needing to make these investments at this point because these have been pushed off as far as they can and they're not being addressed. Could you speak to maybe the rationale behind sort of pulling these 4 out, which all sound reasonable on the surface, but sort of in the context of what we need to do in the next sort of midterm with Brennan Park.
In terms of these projects and any facilities projects that we work with our manager on, Camilla, Ms. Say, is it's return on the maintenance versus replacement of the building. So as an example, Municipal Hall needs a new roof, but we're not going there. We're keeping it patched because we recognize that that level of an investment in a building that's ultimately going to come down is bad spending. So the spending we do on Brennan Park is very conservative and it's safety related, essentially.
Robin has one.
Yeah.
And there is an item in here that's close to $1 million for the roof and the HVAC replacement, and that's because they're out of scope for the grant application.
Thank you.
If that's what one of the things
You
you're
preempted,
thinking
we got
of?
my next question
Yes,
was,
that's what that is.
2019 was 7,500, but then 2020 goes up to 900, and I feel like that particular item, but that's outside the scope of the.
It's the pre-design work that would happen and the work itself would get done in 2020.
And we did confirm with the manager that it's not incorporated, that it would still be useful regardless of whether the other project would be or not.
Thank you.
Just on that line item, it's got the 7,500 listed under debt, which seems like an odd place to put 7,500.
It is, but we would go for the entire project at
Okay.
once. And
So that
so
would be
it's just
the
part
nine.
of the broader program. Because we could fund it differently, but generally we'll put the whole capital program, or the whole project, if we decide to go to borrowing, we'll put the whole project on.
Any other ones?
That's good for me at this
Okay.
point. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Race.
So following on my previous question about where we're really just holding strong on some of the master plans, four in particular, I'm curious as to how close or where we're falling short would be the flood protection upgrades. So line number 5. Line number 7, annual road reconstruction. We have had that, again, it's $200,000 short. The transit stop infrastructure improvements, and then the active transportation improvements.
1, 3, 5, and 7.
Mr. Buxton, can you speak to this?
Sorry. Yeah. In terms of adequacy of funding.
Well, with respect to,
I'm sorry?
While Mr. Buxton is getting comfortable, I'll speak to the fact that, as you know, the annual road reconstruction, we are falling behind. But in terms of our priorities with the capital plan, from the chair I was sitting in, is that we did not compromise on prioritizing these to put them in the capital plan. In terms of what the engineers have put forward, I will defer to Mr. Buxton. The active transportation, similar to paving, there is a contingency below the line of, I believe, $300,000. But we put in what council has been funding to date. So that would just be making that more robust based on your strategic plan. In terms of transit stop and flood protection, I'm relying on the engineers.
I believe the flood protection as shown here is consistent with the investment that was recommended in the requisite master plan, integrated flood hazard management plan. So I think if that funding stays the same, that's where it needs to be. It was $80 million over 40 years was the target. So a transit stop, I don't know that we have a master plan on that. That's a collection of improvements in some places, or service enhancements. In some places they're catching up with, they're putting curbs and sidewalks to connect bus stops to existing sidewalks. So that's probably a how long's a piece of string question. That number could probably be as big or as large. It really depends on how fast you want to get all of that infrastructure to the point where you want it. But I don't know that I could say that has an optimum amount. I don't think we're there on that piece of infrastructure to know whether we're too high, too low in the middle. Road reconstruction, Ms. Glenday has covered. Yeah. Is that?
yeah, I think that covers most of them. And then my follow-up question would be, so the other category for the budget, is that, where does that money come from? CACs, I'm guessing, for the active transportation piece?
It's a combination of things. It's largely reserve use. It can also be development contributions. It can be, there's a sort of a host of various things, donations from developers, etc. The active transportation is community works fund, sorry, if that was specifically it. And on that point, I guess as the financial person looking at the longer range, because I think active transportation is wholly of interest to this council, past councils, and probably future councils. My caveat there would be, as long as the Community Works Fund continues to be an ongoing provincial grant, that makes sense, but it may be one that you want to start increasing your investment year over year so that we're not reliant on grants in the future.
But to Jenna's point, we now have a CAC fund that collect money for active transportation. So wouldn't we see that rise over time, be able to use that money?
Yes, if we're routing CACs into that. The choices were critical facilities, active transportation, or affordable housing. So, and I don't think we've actually routed any money since we made that policy decision into any of those. So it's probably sitting in the CAC reserve fund right now.
It's in the CAC provisions, but there's not a large amount for active transportation at this point. No, it's mostly been going to housing over the last 2 years. And
Right, thanks. Councilor Race, Councilor Purple.
Thank you. Well, just on that point, do we have gas tax funding coming this year? Do we have any idea about that?
so the Community Works Fund is part of the ongoing gas tax supplement. So it's an ongoing grant that we receive. We're allowed to reserve it and use it for a number of different strategies. We choose to use it for active transportation in many of our master plans.
So that's the 600,000.
That's part of the 600,000. We usually allocate out as part of our envelope to the engineers a use of up to about 900,000 per year of that grant for master plans and things within capital that fit within the grant parameters. Off the top of my head, I don't recall. I think we probably still have one or two like specific regional strategic priority grants and things that are under the specific conditional grant options. There's probably one or two of those still in the stream.
So the second thing is accumulated surplus. And I'm just curious where we are, because to be frank, I'm looking at the budget, and from my perspective, one of the things that is sometimes suitable for accumulated surplus is kind of a one-off. It's non-repeating. It's just sort of, there it is, and where do we get the money from? And so in some cases, excuse me, we've gone to taxation. And so the ones that I'll highlight is in the capital plan, number 29, fiber conduit installations, 135,000 this year. And that looks like a 3-year project, but I would guess it's sort of a one-off. So that's one possibility. And the other is on the next sheet under number 6, special projects. And on page 4 of 9, number 16, which is seismic assessment of dikes, $110,000. And number 18, flushing, $100,000, and that's a 5-year program, but once again, tied to a special project, which is the stormwater master plan. And where I'm going with that is if we were able, for example, to fund those reasonably with something like accumulated surplus, I would also want to, I think, increase the capital to some extent for the paving program, and do so that we be able to more or less offset it without an impact on taxation. So I'm kind of wondering if staff has a comment on sort of following something like that course of action.
So thank you. I didn't catch all of them. I would probably start to be a little bit leery for the bigger ones, coming from accumulated surplus over several years. I will just remind Council that carry forward projects are still coming into this plan. They also tap into accumulated surpluses, preferably from the year that we're creating them, from 2018. So I think in general, I'm okay with the concept of this sort of bigger one-offs coming out of accumulated surplus. I don't know that it's huge right now, but it's certainly climbing up in the general fund, so we can leverage it a bit more than we are.
I'd like to add a comment that often what you're suggesting, one-offs for accumulated surplus, make really good sense. In reviewing this plan and looking at some of the criteria that I used in determining which ones were better candidates, I'm a little shy to pick multi-year projects at this point, because I haven't had the opportunity or the experience to be able to see the overall envelope and see where the organization is as far as total capital reserves, contributions to surplus, what our draws are going to be. And given the discussion that I have with the CFO, Christine, that we were just reaching the level we felt was necessary in contributions to reserves for capital, I didn't want us to suddenly move into a place where we're starting to now use surplus as a funding mechanism and start to draw it back down again. So until we have a better idea and can do a little more research on seeing that overall funding envelope and develop a longer term plan to sustain it, I didn't want to commit to multi-year projects for accumulated surplus.
And I take that point. But one of the things that partly led me there was the increase in the project budget envelope from 6 something to 8 something. I know we fought to get it up to 600 as a sort of a recurring number in the budget, and tax at that level accordingly. And so, so I thought we may have had a little bit of room there to fund part of it by through reserves. So, but nevertheless, I'll leave that with staff. I'm not sure how we want to deal with this. I wasn't intending to kind of have a resolution around it, but there might be 1 or 2 opportunities like that you come back to us with, which would give us a little bit more flexibility without changing the overall revenue number to perhaps fund the capital part, pay in a little bit more, and also perhaps to deal with some of these ones that are below the line, we might like to bring up above the line.
We can definitely take that back and look at it, and I think one of the things that we may even want to consider, depending how the year end flushes out, if we decide the accumulated surplus is getting to a healthy stage. We had talked before about potentially flowing some of the accumulated surplus directly to capital reserve. So where we're maybe starting to pull on it a little bit here, maybe we can align it and bring it back up. So that's the other kind of backdoor way of getting it to the right places too, and still doing a contribution to capital. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councilor Burford and then we'll have a break.
Thank you. One of my questions was answered with sort of the other column, specifically how it relates to active transportation. So my question will be shorter, I suppose. Down in the equipment, so there's a lot of items here that are coming and being funded through reserves, so sort of anticipated replacements, I suppose, including year over year. And I was wondering if we could speak to the replacement cycle, or how it works with the fire department's equipment, and how I'm assuming we have some, and again, I want to make sure I'm not just solely assuming, but I would assume that we've done some of that for the fire department's equipment, and this falls outside of that, and then how do we set up a mechanism that would make sure that we cover off as many of those bases as we can?
So I might need some clarification. Are you talking the vehicles or just some of the regular?
Line 38, I just went to the one that impacts taxation, which is line 38, which is the fire department auto extraction equipment, and I'm not necessarily debating the importance of the safety of the equipment, just sort of how we got to there, so I understand how that is different than the other equipment replacements.
Looking at the reserves, we have a fleet reserve, which we use to manage all the vehicles, including fire's vehicles. We don't have the same complexity applied to the equipment, primarily because equipment doesn't tend to have the same standardized life cycles, and because it tends to be smaller dollar figure overall. So with respect to some of the larger equipment purchases, they're funded directly from taxation because they don't occur on a regular basis. And so we're not going to borrow for $50,000, simply not enough money. But if we haven't built our capital reserve to the level we would want, you don't really have another source. So where we're hoping to get is to allow us to get that analysis done and say, here's where the numbers have to be. This is how much you need in capital reserves, this is how much you need in surplus, etc. And be able to say, now it's self-sustaining, and then we would not be using taxation for these draws. But we're not quite there, so there's still some things that are going to get we're gonna go to taxation to fund. And this happens to be one of them.
Just in line with Councilor Ford's question, you have this vehicle reserve, and not one of these vehicles that's being replaced is covered by what's in the reserve. Because you've taken it from accumulated surplus, and I always thought that reserve would actually function quite well, but some of these are like way under what their new market value is. So I'm wondering if you could explain that.
Yeah, so we're still replacing some of the older vehicles, and one of the things, we are getting replacement times now on these vehicles that is more in line with the actual fleet plan that Mr. Smith has, whereas some of the older vehicles, we were amortizing, or we were building reserves over a shorter, or a longer span than maybe they're now being replaced. So we will go in and look at the life cycles on some of them, and we've had discussions about, well, maybe the accumulated surplus goes in there and we beef it and shorten the life cycles to make that work. So we are exploring some different things.
Okay.
The interest rates are also climbing again too, and that will help that reserve, frankly. The inflation's been outpacing our interest rates for a while.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break until 20 past the hour, so we're in recess. Welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We are still discussing our 2019 to 2023 financial plan. So, Council, I think we're done with the capital plan, unless anybody had any more questions on the capital plan specifically. Yes, Councilor Anderson?
I have a question regarding number 24, airport runway rehabilitation. The $137,500 under the other column. What is that other? So I take it there is no tax allocation to that project. I just wondered where the other came from.
I don't have it up right now, but I suspect it is the airport provision. So we bring in revenues on the airport, and they're supposed to be self-funding through those things.
Exactly.
Okay. Councilor, did I see your hand too about a capital?
Yeah, can I put forward a suggestion?
A
Proposal? Are we there
proposal?
yet?
Sure.
I would like council to consider, so under the first line item in the capital projects, we put $100,000 of taxation towards active transportation improvements. And we had a little bit of discussion around the climate change staff grant not being in the budget. And given that the two projects are somewhat intertwined, thinking that the climate change staff position might give us some direction on where our biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions might be, and where we need to focus our efforts and energies and resources in the future to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that we should reallocate that money to cover that position so we can inform our direction on climate change, greenhouse gas emission reductions in a more holistic manner moving forward.
Ready for discussion?
I think Councilor Stoner put forward a motion. So if someone needs to second that in order for it to be a discussion.
I'll second your voice.
Thank you, Councilor French. Now we can open it for discussion. Councilor Anderson.
If we might consider this as kind of a parking lot suggestion, I would not be in favor of this. For the reason that, as I'm speaking as a decade-long director of the Climate Action Group and a member of every single active transportation committee there's been in Squamish over the last 10 years, I think we are out of balance in our neglect of the marine side. So I would suggest before we consider that level of extra funding for the suggested, that we need to consider that lack of balance. We have a long-standing neglect of our marine interface, which is troubling to me. It's economic development, it's habitat, and it's also transportation. Pardon me?
Are you speaking to active transportation in the marine environment?
There is, but I'm saying that if we're going to put things in the parking lot for consideration, that I would put marine ahead of active and additional as per the suggestion.
Oh, you'd rather see that money go to a marine focused project rather than
Yes.
to climate measurement?
Yes.
Councilor Herford.
I just have to point out that we're just debating a topic that was on sort of our limited information scope, which we're just being handed a swing force.
Which
on.
if you don't mind,
I suggest we take a few minutes to consume that
Slide
before
that
we
around, please.
go deeper into this.
I would just make a comment. The numbering, one set, it might be off just a little bit, so please go by the names. But I think we have the same groupings that you have there. It's two-sided, so there's service level changes on one side and special operating projects on the other.
Terry, did you get one?
Councilor Rice?
Well, I was going to speak to the motion, and my suggestion would be not to decide it right at the moment, because I would rather get into the discussion and see where we are with some of these things that are above and below the line, because we may be able to reconcile those without having to take money from some other place. So rather than reduce active transportation to 600,000 right away, I would suggest we put that in the parking lot as a discussion point when some of these other things shake out.
You can withdraw your motion.
The seconder has to agree.
Yep, all good.
Seconded by Councilor French. So that is point of discussion. And maybe the discussion then is just how people feel about getting that position above the line when we get to it. But I just want to be able to move off the capital plan. So any other questions, comments on the capital plan? I know you put paving on that sort of parking lot, but
Well, it was the thought of increasing the contribution to the paving contract by up to $200,000 to keep pace with the study we had done. We reviewed in November, I guess it was. The first thing I thought was kind of compelling. So I think with respect, it might still be there, and see where some of these other things come and whether we can deal with surpluses or other sources of funding for it without actually having to draw it.
so Campbell, is there just by show of hands support in terms of the paving piece, increasing it at some point?
If we can find funding for it.
If we can find the funding for it? Yeah. About 4 million, 4.5. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move off the capital projects then and on to service level changes. So any questions about what's currently in the plan on the service level changes in the general fund? So that is page 1 of 9 and then page 3 of 9.
It's with respect to number 2, and it's really just for clarification. I got an email from staff about a couple of months ago about whether or not that was part of the task force funding. It was not. I didn't think, and I wasn't quite sure what that was. But I don't think it's the task force participation. That's a 3-year grant, $5,000 per year, which we approved last year, and this would be the second year, and next year the third year. So it's not that. And I was just wondering if it's even something we are committed to. I'm not sure. I don't know if we fund the forum itself.
Or there's staff participation. What does it say in the notes?
Oh. I can look at the notes. Yeah,
the forum cost, the contributions for forum. Personally, not aware of that.
Okay, but is there a $5,000 contribution?
It would be a grant of aid. So
That's the grant aid, okay.
Yeah.
There we
It's
go.
in the
Okay,
grant
I remember
program.
that. Ms. Mathews, do you know what that, this one is, the house down, is it staffing costs?
Yes.
I'm sorry, maybe Roland, you might
Yeah.
have a look at.
Yes, it's to support staffing attendance at all of these various meetings and forums and workshops.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's administrative staffing expenses, it's not the grant to the program.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the special project? Or sorry, service level changes, Councilor Anderson?
Yes, item number 3, the Estuary Management Committee Marine Strategy Working Group. I understand that in the last financial plan, there was $10,000 assigned as to the Marine Action Strategy under future projects. And I'm wondering what the status is of that $10,000. And that would be in addition to the new $3,000 allocated here before us.
I'm not answering questions.
No, I
so-
don't.
Yeah.
I need, if I could get some more clarification, sorry, the $10,000, where was that? Was that last year?
Yes, so in last year's financial plan, under future projects, I believe it's listed in the economic development section, if I'm not mistaken, there is $10,000 allocated to 2019 for Marine Action Strategy implementation, Phase 2 Marine Action Strategy.
I think masks. Not the same project, but I need somebody with marine strategy.
It's not in that 10,000 is not in this year's budget.
So it's not in this year, so it's been withdrawn. Okay, that would be concerned. I'm concerned that we're allocating far too little towards the marine strategy, which is put it under that heading, Marine Action Strategy, considering the amount of work and the pressures that are before us in that realm. That without that $10,000, which I'd assume was a carryover, I didn't know what else to make of it, $3,000 is too little.
Maybe staff could speak to how we are staffing our commitments around the Marine Action Strategy.
Mr. Buxton, can you speak to that?
Well, I know that Sarah and Caroline continue to work, this $3,000 will continue to work in trying to figure out how to recreate that, the Estuary Management Committee, and reform that. So there's an organisational governance role that needs to occur. I mean, economic development will do some work that's peripherally related to some of the initiatives raised in the master plan, as will some of the zoning and land use planning work that's undertaken in 2019. In terms of, there isn't an amount here for phase 2 implementation other than what you see in the peripheral work in economic development and community planning.
So in the Marine Action Strategy, we have 4 focus areas, each with prioritized projects, short-term, medium-term, long-term. The short-term projects are rather obviously short-term, including a number of uses and installations, if you like, for our marine infrastructure that we don't have. They're puzzles at the present time. And I'm skeptical that a $3,000 allocation will enable the facilitation that needs to happen over the next 2 years. This is when we refer to short-term implementation, that's over a 2-year period, and I'm just very skeptical. And I'm also again concerned that we are not prioritizing our marine interface as highly as we should relative to other areas of interest in our strategic planning, if you like.
Any other comments in that section, Councilor Anderson?
I'll just leave off that the Marine Action Strategy, when it was presented to Council in April of 2018, the previous Council had a fairly good consensus around the fact that we've got rezonings taking place and we've got people knocking on our door, we've got problems to solve, and therefore the implementation or getting underway with phase 2 should be prioritized. I think that was a fairly clear consensus from the last council.
I'm sorry, we were clarifying. Was there a question with that? I missed it.
My understanding is that we're about to see the zoning bylaw for update, and so can prioritize those things. That economic development is doing a complete rehaul of our lands and needs assessment, which includes the marine environment. Is that not the progress that you're speaking to?
I suggest not. For an example, there is in the Marine Action Strategy document an Appendix 2 with a list of identified needs. They have not been sorted out. They have about 30 different stakeholder interests involved. They're quite varied. We haven't even started to go to work on these or even evaluate them or identify the stakeholders behind them. And these are largely facilities, from fuel stations to barge terminals to fixing the Squamish River. There's a great big work plan there, and I have not seen from economic development or we've got in discussion on the zoning bylaw enough information to satisfy that we're going to be able to facilitate our way through this over the next couple of years.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get to the heart of your ask here, Councillor Anderson. Do you have a suggestion here?
Yes, I do suggest that it is largely facilitation. It is planning work, it's collaboration, as is identified here under number 3 in the description. But that the $3,000 seems to me, and I know how much has been spent on the Estuary Management Committee, budget over the last few years, it's too small for the amount of work and the amount of getting people together that is necessary for the workload represented in the Marine Action Strategy.
So can I perhaps ask staff to come back with an explanation of what we will be doing on the mass strategy at the next budget meeting so that we can make that determination? Councillor Ray?
Thank you. And I tend to agree generally with Councillor Anderson. I was actually going to argue for the other item to be brought above the line, and that was the one about the dredging strategy and so forth, because that's not for dredging, understand. Dredging is about $1 million project in the Blind Channel. That's the strategy. And the strategy, historically, we've talked about things like trying to separately tax the water lots, for example, for part of the dredging costs and other maintenance costs and so forth for that area. But it goes beyond that, and there are things like what types of facilities we want. Is there spot for a boat ramp? Is there spot for a gas dock? Is there spot for various other pieces of infrastructure? And I have the same urgency I had last term when we sort of pushed this thing to the front, because there is so much zoning pressure coming along the Blind Channel. And from my perspective, that's the time to make these decisions and to get the facilities we need or the space for them. And so I think there is still some urgency to it. I'll leave it to staff to kind of decide or consider whether it's $50,000 for a dredging strategy or whether you take the $50,000 and sort of move it into different areas. But I think there is an argument for moving that plan along over the next year or two because of the impending zoning issues that are going to come up.
Okay. Thank you to you both. Any other comments on this surface level changes? Okay. Councillor Bender.
Just getting back to Councillor Stoner's comment earlier, I'm sort of hesitant to pick out certain line items to move around, but in general, what I think I heard staff say is as presented, we're looking at being sort of a year behind what we hoped for in our strategic plan in terms of plan of action. And so I would like to support the changes that are necessary to bring us in line with what we talked about in our strategic plan. And if that means bringing some things above the line, then I would be interested in doing that.
Okay. So we're gonna get to special operating projects.
Oh,
where I
sorry
think
about
it's-
that.
So, Council, if you go to page 5, there's things that are below the line there. These are related to service level changes, so these are all the positions. So staff's approach has been, so we have that HR strategy, we're not adding new bodies. The one here that I'll flag for you is the technology librarian. That is a separate ask from the library board. And so would like to hear any comments about whether you want to bring that above the line this year or not. Councilor Herford, you may want to kick this off, I don't know, as the...
Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, I'd really like to see the inclusion of this technology librarian. And in their presentation this morning, I believe Library Board did a good job of sort of stating where we are, which is far behind. And the needs of the library aren't just needs of the library, it's the needs of our community to have access to the technology, which is really access to almost everything close to this in modern life. And I believe this is a huge equity piece, and I think that it's a key part. So I'd really like to see this technology librarian position brought forward above the line.
Councilor?
So a point of clarification with regards to the approach of holding off on most of this hiring following the HR planning. How does that interact with the library, given its unique structure and somewhat separation from? Do we anticipate the needs and the HR requirements of the library to be included in that broader HR strategy?
That would be a conversation with the library in terms of whether they would want that scope to include them. Excuse me, which we haven't done yet.
They are, it's a separate board which guides their HR. They're separate but connected. It's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah.
Did you ever follow it?
No.
Okay. Councilor Rice.
Thank you. I just want clarification. I may have missed it in the presentation. It shows a half FTE. Is that half a person for a whole year or a whole person for half a year?
Whole person for half a year.
And so it would be annualized for the next year.
I believe that's what Hillary indicated as well.
And I'm generally in support of that, just because it seems pretty clear to me, even as a little dinosaur Luddite with this stuff, that is the way this is going in libraries as well as a whole bunch of other things. And so printed book and pieces of paper are becoming more and more rare. But it certainly is obvious that the digital facilities they have will have a significant impact on their future and their success, and so I would support that.
So I am generally supportive if it's not going to be included in the general HR strategy. I feel like if we had every one of these different departments come and sit in front of us and tell us how important it is for them to expand their staff, we know that across the board a lot of different departments are struggling to meet the increasing demand on their services. So if the library more broadly is not going to be included in the HR strategy, then I'm okay with moving forward with this, but otherwise I'd like to keep it out until the HR strategy comes through.
Fair point. Okay. Just, this is not voting, show of hands for putting this above the line. Got 2 solids and a maybe and a maybe. All right. I'm a maybe. So that it's good. It's good to keep track of these things. It's all right because eventually we're gonna have to vote on them all. Okay. Can we leave service level changes behind? I think so. Okay. So now we'll move on to the special projects line items, and so the details of which are page 4 of 9, and also the bottom half of 5 of 9. Any questions on this one?
So line item number 6 is the community energy emissions plan. Is that, how does that connect to the climate change staff grant? And is that below the line? That's below the line. What's the connection?
Mr. Buxton?
Yes, so that, there's a significant amount of, the project essentially is there's a lot of data gathering and there's a lot of community engagement. So this is for bringing on, this is the consultant part of that, probably largely around data collection. The staffing grant was the person to then process all of that data, undertake the engagement and do the work on our end. So there's two parts to this, one of which is the consultant, which is the 25, the second part of which is the staff grant, just bringing the staff person in.
So if we were to not bring the staff position above the line, but we still put 25,000 into the consultant who does all the, is the idea would be do all the data gathering in 2019 and then hopefully in 2020 have somebody who can then process that internally?
Correct.
Councilor Anderson?
On the same item of the community energy and emissions plan, this is relevant, or the information to be produced is relevant for the prospect of a gas levy. We need information regarding fuel consumption in the corridor. And last we spoke about this in another connection. There was a suggestion that there is information out there that Whistler has been gathering. But I suggest that this item be targeted, that is, that piece of information. In 2007 was the last community energy and emissions inventory done by the district. And it can be readily updated. And former Mayor Heinzman and myself have spoken with former Quest University Dean David Heflin about this, and he suggested this could readily be a Quest student project. That is, maybe there's different ways to approach the information gathering rather than hiring a consultant. We can break it out and identify particular information needs while we await the fate of the bigger grant application.
I just want to check Mr. Buxton and the notes on this one. It says that this project will only move forward if we're successful with the climate change staff grant, which we weren't successful on. So still trying to reconcile how we can do one without the other.
That description was probably put in place when the grant was above the line, and assuming that we were going to have that. So, I mean, it is possible to move forward with this portion of data gathering, and then have the staff member do the other work in 2020. You can do it the other way and bring the staff member on this year and get all of the work underway sooner. And the grant is not coming back next year. We don't have the grant, we won't get the grant.
Okay, so given that at 4:30 we're talking about our strategic plan, the first bullet point in the strategic plan is adopt community GHG reduction targets and implementation plan by December 2019. Does the 25,000 get us there?
No.
Other questions about the special projects fund?
What is the status of the multimodal evacuation plan that's referred to under number 10? So the item number 10 is specifically for community outreach, but will we see the plan presented to us in the near future? Is it underway?
You know what, I have to get back to you on that, on what the status is.
Thank you. I had another quick question, that is, under digital aerial photo, the recommendation is that we update these orthographic photos every 3 years. I was wondering where the money is going to come from. It's $27,000 and it's identified as reserve or provincial. Where is that coming from?
That's something that we provision for. We know that we're on a cyclical replacement, and so
I
we
see.
actually
Provision.
provision for it. We tax annually, knowing that every 3 years we're going to redo them.
Is it the opinion of staff, the continued opinion, that a 3-year interval is what we need?
That is one thing that we talked about, whether or not this could be pushed out 1 year, and we've had significant growth in the community, and the aerials, the orthos themselves are really out of date, and not only do our staff rely on them, but we share them with other agencies as well who rely on them, and we've had so many changes in where infrastructure locations are right now with the new growth in the different areas that we thought, well, we better leave that in after we
Thank
talk
you.
about it.
Any other questions? Councilor Sturman?
Line item number 3, additional trails maintenance budget. The description is specifically around active trails for active transportation. I'm just curious why that's separated out from the capital budget.
Sorry, I thought, yeah. I'm gonna have to ask Mr. Buxton to answer that. I haven't answered on the consent.
Number 3, special projects.
That's with replacement approach.
Yeah, page 4, 9, special operating projects, line item number 3. With additional trails maintenance budget. And the description of it is additional materials for active transportation trail maintenance.
It's all the materials, so it would be brine, salt, sand, replacement bridge decking, signage.
That's not it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Rice?
Thank you. On the same page, number 33, the third Adam tide gate actuator replacement. Is that an annual thing? $8,000 a year for 5 years?
Sorry.
Number 33 on page 4 of 9.
If I may, while Gary's looking for that, Councilor Gunn, early Q2 is when the multimodal evacuation plan is targeted to come back to council.
Eric?
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry. Early Q2 is when the multimodal evacuation plan is targeted to come back to council before wildfire season.
Early
Q2.
Thank you.
April.
Yay. Be nice to have an evacuation plan in place for this year.
Before we have to go back.
Yep.
Which will have a marine
Touch wood.
interface.
You're on a theme now.
Councilor Anderson, I don't want you to sound like a broken record, but.
Don't be very far waiting.
I lost mine.
Well, we
So
want
this
that
round
8,000.
number 3.
Oh, yeah, the 8,000. Is it annual or just a one-time cost?
I would have to get back to you on that.
That
And I
just
will do
seems
so
odd.
right away.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any difference in 1 year. It's just curious whether that would be a repeating thing or if that's a typo.
I think they're just going, it looks like they're probably going gate by gate,
Just
Sorry,
versus
okay.
one.
like actuators, right? But it's saying
Yeah,
that
ba-
actuators.
based on the additional, based on the additional writing that's in the detailed sheets, that's what they're commenting on. It's like a 5-year plan, they're gonna replace the gates year after year after year. There's a number of gates that have to be replaced overall, and it'll take a few years to get it all done.
Okay.
All right. So, Councilor Pegman.
So this might be just be mostly admitting to being a bit dense, but I've been looking through this list and thinking it seems really short, and what I've kind of just figured out is that these are only the things that have changed from last year, and there's a whole lot more stuff we're spending money on, and we just aren't proposing a change, so that's why we're not seeing it. Which makes me wonder though, why, I guess implicit in that is the assumption then that the only things we would be most inclined to change are the things that have a proposed change, and might we not want to, especially if we're thinking of moving things around, making some adjustments to those things which you haven't proposed to change year over year.
So,
Yeah.
could we change things that aren't on this list?
So there, I just want to clarify what is and isn't on the list.
Yeah.
All of the special projects are on this list except for those that are in stream and carrying forward. Those will come after. The things that aren't on this list are year-over-year operational budgets. So those are the ones that basically run all of our day-to-day services. And these are any of the special stuff over and above that, and any increases in service. So you could, we have had that exercise done, I think the last time was 3 or 4 years ago, where they came in and did a really robust process of contracting services and doing all sorts of things. I think most of them ended up back up after the smoke cleared because the community wasn't really prepared to live with some of the cuts made there, but.
That wasn't our turn.
No, it was before, so I guess, is it really that long?
Special projects are the one-off, year to year, and we just try and set it at a level, and so we sort of zero line it every year, and then allow for room for these one-off projects to come forward. So yes, if you wanted to eliminate something else, it would be an ongoing service, which would then go in camera to talk about.
And again, we would just ask that council pick services. It's not always a good use of anyone's time to go line by line to pick the services that you're willing to forego and reduce.
Did you want to go in camera?
No, I just want to sort of make sure I'm understanding things.
Yeah.
Again, to the degree we do talk about some of these things at the high level, it's big bucket priority as opposed to line items.
And we will attempt to bring you back some more fulsome reporting. Just bear with us. We are literally in a transition mode with systems. Budget's not even on the live system yet. So we're trying to work on backup environments to build reports that aren't built yet, to bring you some of those things. We usually produce a financial plan report. It shows you more fulsomely the whole thing, what it all looks like.
So on that vein, Mayor Elliott, in terms of current spend or 2018 spend and allocations for day-to-day operational departments, last year's financial plan breaks that out for council. We just didn't print it.
It is on our website though. Get a good feel of what all the various segments break down and where money's spent.
I would like to look at this climate change staff piece in a little more detail. And I know we have 25,000 that's above the line right now, which is apparently connected to the staff, which we don't have above the line. And so what is that number to get to our objective in the strategic plan, which is by the end of this year to have our targets and a plan? And is it this very large number, or is it somewhat smaller, and can we reallocate some internal resources to help us get there, potentially? You know, when you see reports that we have to decrease our carbon pollution by 45% by 2030, that's 12 years, less, 11 years, basically, 20 years. If we don't act this year, we're not doing our job. Like, we are one of those communities that is highly impacted by climate change. In our infrastructure, in our dredging. I mean, we have so many assets that would be affected by sea level rise. We'd have to relocate a huge portion of our community. So like, I would passionately argue for somehow getting this piece of work done this year to give us a longer runway to start implementing changes. And the fact of the matter is a lot of those changes will require us to be out there influencing and partnering and collaborating, and we need a longer runway to do that if we want to even come close to hitting these targets. So to me, this is like, if not the most important position right now that's sitting below the line, 2 ways above the line. The numbers aren't all adding up to me. It says 168,000, but then 58,000 this year, and then there's another 25,000 sitting above the line. And I'm wondering if staff can come back with something that's realistic, that might get us there. Because this budget was written under assuming we might get that grant, and we didn't, so now what? And I'd love to see what that plan B looks like in a responsible way to move us forward.
We can put that together for you before next Tuesday.
Okay. And then we've had something just to really talk about, because right now the numbers aren't quite adding up in my mind, and so I want to argue for something I don't know what it costs. Councilor McRadu and Councilor Gunn.
Just sort of building on that, operationally, if we decide that this is a position that we wanted, that we're able to fund, by the time we actually get someone there doing it, we ran into this with a couple other positions, we ended up actually having 0.75 or point whatever of that, so I think that's key, and I would expect some change in that number.
Yeah.
Potential.
To further add to Mayor Elliott's points, I mean, it looks like what's here is conceived around a grant and a specific project, but when I think about the strategic plan and the urgency there, kind of assuming we may, and I understand there's an HR plan and assessment coming forward, but it seemed intuitively we're probably going to need more people focused on this sort of longer term. It's just my intuition, and so be mindful of what we talked about in our strategic plan. I guess I just want to keep that in mind.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how we move forward in terms of whether this just becomes a way of life and becomes part of everybody's job, or whether we need specific staffing to always keep us focused on this piece of work, or whether there's a community partnership model that helps keep us honest. And that's the piece I think we'll be debating in 2020. But I think we need to know what our targets are and what we're dealing with first, to try and knock that off. You make a good point, and I don't know what the answer is. Councilor McRadu.
I have a question about the HR sort of assessment and how what the guidelines were for that, as far as taking into account the OCP strategic plan, and just so I understand that better, and I'd like to think in theory that with the OCP and the strategic plan, this piece, for instance, would be an outcome, but how are those sort of pieces weighed versus sort of normal day? I mean, everything's normal day-to-day workload, I suppose, for staff, so I'm not quite.
Mayor Elliott, I have to say that, like, not having actually done a strategy of that scope, say myself, I can't speak exactly to how someone would come in and do it. But that said, I'm assuming the factors would be community growth, best practices in terms of other municipalities, yes, strategic planning, master planning, day-to-day municipal services, and how you deliver on those from a resourcing point of view. Best practices around contractors versus staff, as long as you can within the contract, the union contracts. So the same idea of driving the budget now would be what's driving our need for the number of staff that we have and the resources required to support those staff. Is part of it in terms of the numbers. That's just one part of it. Then the other side, of course, is the retention and the development and the capacity of the staff that you have.
It's okay, just to follow up, I suppose would be that I think we're all mindful of time for any number of reasons, but also to make sure that we're being efficient with the monies that we're spending, and it's tough. So I guess as I suppose researching this one position through as far as we can, and what that means this time would be how we can limit the scope of that at this right now until we see the bigger.
Can we, I'm mindful of the revisit list that's on the whiteboard now, and the one that's not on there is the map from Blind Channel. Dredging and seeing.
It's math, is it not part of the math?
No, it's a separate line item, and this is to see if there's other partners that are looking at that we could be working with to get that funding in place. Councillor Anderson, do you see your hand?
Yes, I suppose so, and this is with respect to the climate change staff. I get reports on municipalities and communities in climate action in 5 languages every day. And I have the feeling that we're in our infancy in trying to sort our way on this, and not least in our part of the world. I don't think we're at the leading edge of sorting this out. In other places, I notice that we're doing things, perhaps maybe seeing the forest more for the trees. Things like building materials. We never discussed this. We're filling up our valley with the most climate action unfriendly material, concrete, and nobody's talking about it. We're having hundreds of tractor trailer units on the highway when we could be barging. That's 100 tractor trailer units per bar. So what I'm saying is I don't see that hiring a staff person, I don't think that, I would rather see us look at things more practically and improve our local dialogue on where we go with climate action. I'm not in support of hiring a staff person. I just don't see that that's going to bring the practical initiatives that will really deliver. And I see other things here, including economic development, which will also be a climate action initiative. Local jobs.
Thank you.
I may sound like a redneck. I'm just trying to suggest that there's practical ways of trying to see the forest for the trees. And I don't think we do that enough.
And may I ask who leads those?
Pardon me?
Who leads those practical initiatives?
Well, I think we all do. I think we can improve our community dialogue on this, but I'm reluctant to see a staff person assigned to this topic.
Who would improve the community dialogue?
I think we do that collectively.
Who's collectively?
Community organizations, in business and industry. I would rather see us fund dialogue than a staff position.
I think what we're trying to fund is gathering the data so we know what those...
Is that such a challenge? I've suggested already that some of it could be student projects. We already know quite a bit. There are certain puzzles to solve, but I'm not sure that we need to hire expensive staff to do that for those jobs.
Well, go to Ms. Glende. My idea was that this was like an RFP and a consultant would come forward. This is why it's under the special projects. And anybody can apply for that. Quest could apply for that. But Ms. Glende?
And in any event, the project part of it, the data gathering, if it's a Quest student, if it's somebody outside of the organization, that person still needs a lead. That person still needs someone to steer them. And we don't have a lot of freeboard, to use an engineering term, in our current staffing. So from an organizational staffing point of view, when I hear it's all of our responsibility is that without an actual leader of it, it will go to the side of staff's desk, rely on council, rely on organizations. And when I hear practical, I hear you need someone to sit down and do it. And I don't know who that would be. With all due respect, I appreciate the discussion.
I don't disagree with you, Councillor Anderson. I really don't. But I don't see everyone rushing forward and saying, yeah, I'm going to switch to barging.
Well, that's a marine action strategy, right?
Could be, but also industry has to come on board with that.
The industry needs help to find the locations and the plan, and that requires collaboration. Industry is unfortunate.
So multifaceted.
Yes, it is.
Okay, any other comments on the special projects? Special operating projects? If not, council, the revisit is on the board there. That will come back to us next Tuesday so we can finalize the budget.
I see library requests in plural, and that presumably refers to the future needs study alongside the the technology librarian. I was a little reluctant to commit to the technology librarian when the question was asked earlier, because I'm wondering whether the priority might be the other, the future needs study.
Councillor Herford and then Councillor Rees.
I was going to ask about that point, just as it's written on the board, as much as we've been getting particular here, because in other aspects of this, there's other library pieces that are in, so I want to make sure that that was about the pieces that were currently below one, anything like that too far. Also, that future needs study and just how that relates to the real estate plan. I believe there's a combined ask. I don't think those numbers are quite. So those are on those two things. I just wanted to clarify that's what that was, which we just did. So
you're good?
We're good. I'm good.
Okay. Can I ask Councillor Herford if the library considered approaching the SLRD for help with funding that new librarian?
I believe that there's lots of discussion about increased funding from this already. I can't speak to whether it was for specific pieces or just in general.
All right, Councillor Rees and Councillor Stoner.
Well, it was just in the library. I took the staff's position on the $70,000 for future needs study to be included in work that we're doing. It wouldn't be lost. And the only part that might not be included was programming, which might come to us as a separate request between now and next week. So there might be that component. But the actual study about future needs in terms of real estate was going to be incorporated into our real estate strategy and the work that was being done on that. So it wasn't being avoided, it would be done, but just through a different budget item.
I agree to a point, whereas this was in it at 70 and in the slides, there were two items that were at 50 and 20, which I think were added. I would expect this number to come back closer to 20 is my rough, but we're going to have a different, because some of the work will be done.
2 years.
Yeah, but we've got this 70 number wasn't anywhere else but a 50 and a 20 were, so I'm thinking this is a combo. But I expect the number to go down and to be about programming and the pieces that our work doesn't encompass. So we'll see if by next.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Stoner.
Just a quick point of clarification with regards to line item number 38, the Squamish Arts Council Partnership Agreement, and why that is, my understanding that was part of the recurring community investment grant, and so why is that separated out here, whereas the work is not?
So bear with us. That one is actually done as a partnering agreement separate from the community enhancement grants, but it's back, even though we have a contractual agreement, all projects come out and go back in. So I noticed that's there, and it's more just letting you know what's in the projects list.
So the community enhancement grants is their flow on funding to other arts groups, and this is our partnership agreement with them around programming. And for the last few years, it's been a 1-year contract, which is why I think you might want to look at that.
What's the question? That it's been moved to a 3-year?
Is it 3 years or is it still one agreement?
It's, yeah, I think it is still one. We have talked about moving it to a 3-year program, but we haven't done that yet.
That would be helpful, probably provide them some certainty unless we decide we don't like supporting the art. Okay, but for now, this is 1 year, it's there. Any other items that we need to revisit before next Tuesday? And Christine, you look like you want to say something.
Well, Mayor Elliott, I'll just ask too, if there's anything you'd like us to bring back for the utilities, if there's any burning questions you had after our utilities workshop, we'll hopefully bring that back and wrap a few things up at once.
I think for council, it was the business case for those $1 million of vehicles.
Yeah. And we have those.
Was there anything else, council, on utilities that you wanted brought back? I think that was the one that was.
Okay, great.
Anything else that people feel needs to be on that list so that we can get to our public engagement after next Tuesday? Council Patton?
I think, I had some confusion about when we approved which pieces around our collection schedule, and that we kind of dealt, I believe, in our fees, but theoretically we could, through, I think, this budget fund additional collection, or maybe that's a conversation we're sort of interested in having at this point, but.
You're talking about organics collection?
So we did talk about it during that meeting, and I believe staff indicated that of the various priorities that they could use the limited funds for, that wasn't necessarily as big a bang for getting to our zero waste strategy. So in fairness, we thought we'd left it there. But if council needs to reopen that, by all means, we will. Again, solid waste is in a fairly tight position with not a lot of options for continuing to lift its revenue sources in a big way. So I am cautious that we be careful with how we deploy funds for the next little while, especially since as we finish year end, we'll start to see what the post-closure commitments are required for that. And we suspect that the time is shortening and that those costs are going to go up, and I don't want to put the fund in a deficit position.
Okay. I think there was general council consensus last time that we leave the collection schedule where it is. So unless I see four hands shoot up going, no, I wanted to increase it, we leave it there. But we are working towards that ultimately. Councilor Ricker.
I'm curious about a couple items here that don't seem to appear on sort of the further explanation and have been excluded. So the labeling is a bit weird. We do only have 8 of 10, and one of those is public works support, and it jumps to me for a couple reasons. It's not very much, and it's supporting our public works, but I don't know which both of those things are appealing to me. I was wondering if someone could tell me a little more about that item 6, we have it on the logo line.
This was just a proposed change in a type of service that we don't believe is important at this time.
Okay. Is that coming from? Well, let's on this.
That's the only answer you're going to get.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, and then what's the other piece that's left off here? I'll ask one more on this zone. With the parking enforcement officer position, what, I notice there's no, would ticketing revenue come in other funding? Would that be something, is that a significant part of these positions? I haven't dug into that.
Can they self-fund through ticketing?
Generally, we don't achieve self-funding, but we do generally show some revenue against positions.
And I wondered if that was represented in the number that we're getting here.
Yeah, there is an anticipated revenue stream, but it's not.
Is it like 5% or something ridiculous?
Something like that. It's not significant.
Okay.
Voluntary compliance is the desire as opposed to punitive ticketing.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily thinking we wanted to move towards that, but I was curious how much of a factor that was.
So that's why we don't rely on it.
And what else is missing off this? I see 8, but I haven't.
I think if you look, there are actually 9 on the previous list, but it's misnumbered. There are 8 on this list. I'm sorry. It's like this was a late Friday afternoon and a very early Tuesday morning kind of thing to get done. So, yeah, there were kind of some of the last minute ads that we were trying to build.
Yeah, there's no number 9.
So and then on this one, you're right. It appears that the Public Works item for less than $5,000 was left off.
Okay.
Thank you. I think there's the rest of it.
You rest your case?
Questions?
Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, staff, what are our next steps?
So we do not have any information back from the public. I can't understand why they're not riveted to their television sets right now, or their computers, but they're not apparently, or don't have anything to impart. So we won't do that. I think council has had free conversations. So right now, I think we're just confirming if there is any specific direction. I hear right now we're going to bring this back and then probably receive some of that next time. So I think that wraps us up today.
Great job, council. What do you think? First time through, I think that was right. That was pretty good. Good job, you guys. Thank you, staff. I really do like the new format. It helps sort of wrap your head around the bigger picture of where our budget is spent and being able to categorize it like that. That's helpful. Thank you. Great job.
But if we could, for next week, for the next discussion, if we could get an updated summary sheet, that sheet you showed me when we needed it, it's secret.
It's not secret. It's not secret. I just didn't make enough for everybody.
You just didn't trust me with it. So.
Yeah.
But
we thought it might change by after today's.
Thank you.
But yes,
very
we can
much.
bring a summary sheet back.
Okay, so motion to terminate.
Strategic plan?
It's a
No,
separate
it's
meeting,
a
it's a
separate
special meeting. Motion to terminate, moved by Councilor Herbert, second by Councilor Bates. All those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Thanks, everyone.